Hey, thank you so much for tuning in. Just get everything ready. So essentially I thought that it would be nice to just have a chill Saturday painting session, or whatever day it happens to be for those who watch it on the replay. And I thought that it would be nice if we did it together. I just celebrated a birthday, so let's make it like a birthday streamathon situation. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will. So I have a rough idea of what I want to do, but I will be very much led by what people want to do as well. I asked quite a few of you if you have any questions, and you have loads of you, loads of you sent really great questions. I'll be answering those as well, and just like painting basically. So let me add this so you can see. So time will tell how long the stream will be. My mic is all the way over here. Forgive me for that. Hopefully you can hear me now. So basically just to say thank you so much. Stuff. So yeah, I just thought that for my birthday it would be nice to continue the celebrations by also doing like another live stream. And what I'll be doing will be answering loads of questions that I was sent. So thank you to everyone who sent them in, and any questions that come up in the chat as well. But just having like a chill paint day. I feel like I haven't done much painting outside of when we've done live streams. So this is kind of a good excuse to paint. What are you doing today, Angela? So let's see. What will I use? Actually, I think so. If you've seen my travel case video, you will have seen this. And I've been traveling recently, so most of my supplies are actually in here. So I'll bring them out so that we can use them. Probably leave that in, and might use this. Okay. So to get started, I'm just going to do some loose florals. I don't know what it is about live streams. I love them, but they do make me nervous as well. So I just thought that it would be nice to start with something that I am familiar with. So I've got some Daler Rowley paper. I have my watercolors. So the top row are Daniel Smith, and then up to here, up to this brown, and then thereafter they are Winsor & Newton Cotman set. And as I said, I've recently been traveling, so I took this out with me. And the reason that I put both of them on there is that I'm relatively new to using the professional grade watercolors, and I basically didn't want to waste them, so I brought both professional grade and student grade. This is just a Princeton Aqualite watercolor brush, but then I also like to carry with me these like travel brushes as well, because they're really handy to keep. So what shall we start off with? I think I haven't done any florals with the Daniel Smith yet, so let's try that. Let's try experimenting with that. What's everyone else up to? I want it a little bit more pink, yes. And as I do that, I'll probably start with the easiest Q&A questions, which were just like questions about who I am, what I do, am I an artist full-time, that kind of thing. So I am not an artist full-time. I am actually a junior doctor in the UK. Yeah, and I do art on YouTube. I also do commissions sometimes. But yeah, primarily, first and foremost, a doctor, and then everything else after. Wow, sounds like you've had such a productive day. I've actually I finished my night shifts on Friday morning, and I find it really difficult post night shifts to go back to a normal routine. So I haven't actually slept yet. So a benefit of this live stream also is that hopefully by the end of it, I will have normalized my sleeping routine for the coming week before I do nights on the weekend. Oh. What's the weather like where everyone is? For us, actually, for the first time in a long time, the weather is stunning outside. I really didn't anticipate that. The next question was, am I self-taught? Did I go to uni for this? And no, I am very much self-taught. Did not go to uni to study art, and in fact I didn't really, so I always like loved drawing and like painting as a child, but I didn't really like do it properly or at all or consistently until the pandemic. I was living away from my family, obviously, and wasn't going home because I didn't want to spread, the virus. So it just meant that I had more time alone. Yeah, and nights are something different, but yeah, it's they. So yeah, I had more time alone, and obviously I didn't want to watch the news. I don't have a TV, and I have always loved drawing. I just didn't have time for it, so that yielded an opportunity to have a positive outlet and take up some time. So I started an anonymous Instagram account, and I just started painting. And before 2020, I didn't like florals, I didn't paint florals. But then on Instagram, there's just a wonderful community of artists who do florals, and I felt really inspired by them. And that's kind of like how I started painting florals more regularly. And then from there, I branched out to everything else. Hey Dawn, hi Laura. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's just a nice way to celebrate, isn't it? Hanging out with you guys. Um, I have not been watching This Is Going to Hurt for a number of reasons. One is I I don't know, I've kind of been warned, you know, from what I've been told, it doesn't show like the nice sides of work. So it's almost like why live it and then come home and watch it. Um, that being said, I may watch it. I may watch it. I don't know. Because I do like medical dramas. I just don't know if I'll find it irritating or entertaining. And as for night shifts, the thing is, I love the night shifts while I'm there. Um, and I'm fine during the night shifts. It's just switching back after that's so hard. My plan was literally to go to bed maybe like midnight, wake up at 11, 10, and start getting ready for the live stream. And instead, here I am, still haven't slept. Yes, super sad. I may watch it. Me and my friend, who's also a medic, we're contemplating watching it together as like a support system in case it is too familiar. We're like, oh, we'll make like fun of it in a way. So I will probably end up watching it because it seems to be quite popular. Oh wow, that's amazing. Unknown artist. Congratulations on your new channel. What kind of videos are you creating? I do love medical dramas. I will probably end up watching it because, for example, like I watch Grey's Anatomy and have watched it for years and love the fact that it's still going on so many years later. But we'll see. I haven't committed all the questions to memory. I just remembered that there were a lot like about me. Oh yeah, they were quite sweet. Another one was, oh, do I have any hobbies apart from art? And to be perfectly honest, no. It's a solid no. It's a miracle that I have art as a hobby at all. And prior to the pandemic, I didn't do any hobbies. I work, I come home from work, I hang out with my family, and then I go back to work. um, but and so unless watching TV counts, because I do watch a lot of TV, too much. But the way that I kind of get around it is I told myself that I can watch TV if I am doing something else as well. So I'll watch TV and paint, or I used to. I guess that is a hobby. I used to like watch TV and crochet, although I haven't done much of it in the past 2 years. I used to knit. Used to play the piano. You'll hear a lot of used to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how my colleagues do it. I don't have any kids or anything like that, but it's very tricky. It's not all the time, mind you, and it gets less. You do less and less night shifts as you get more senior, but you still do quite a few. I'm still relatively junior, 12 years in. um, what else did someone ask? The next questions were about travel because I think I recently went to Venice and it was amazing. Like such a wonderful place. And it's just nice to get away from it all and, relax. I didn't go on social media much. I didn't watch the news. I went on my own and just literally relaxed. I'll check out your channel after. Unknown artist. Do you go by your name in terms of you are anonymous on your channel? Believe it or not, I don't drink any coffee. I drink a lot of Coke, but I don't drink any coffee. It makes me really nauseous. I am actually a night owl. I think that's what makes it difficult flipping back. But yeah. So you see. So this is how like I tend to do my loose watercolors. I literally have no plan beforehand. I just kind of eyeball it, and sometimes I love it and sometimes I don't. But I love loose watercolor florals because they can be so expressive, so different each time. Yeah, I am down, man. I love Venice. So the question was, if you could escape anywhere in the world, where would it be? And oddly enough, it wouldn't be Venice, only because I feel like I need somewhere that's consistently warm, that has a beach as well. So it could be anywhere in Italy or, further south, or the Caribbean, or yeah, somewhere else. Then the next question was where I would travel to next. And you guys let me know as well if you have any travel recommendations, because as things start to open up, I really want to take advantage of that again. But I'm going to go to Malta in the summer, and if I have a weekend off and I see cheap tickets to anywhere else, then I'll go there too. So hopefully I'll go to those two places. But I love traveling. And what do you think? Not bad for 12 minutes. Oh yeah, I've been to Greece. I've been to Kos. beautiful. I certainly wouldn't mind going there again. I would love to go there again, in fact. Santorini is on my bucket list. So this is just a Unipin fine liner, 0.5. If I had a 0.3 to hand, I would probably use that. But I don't think I have. So let me see. 0.5. Another 0.5. It's because they come in sets, you see. 0.1. So I like the 0.2s and 0.3s, but it means that obviously they run out quicker. So it's fine. I use a 0.5. I'm just being picky for no reason. And the size corresponds to the nib side. Ah, Rhodes. Daniel Smith, I love it. I'm actually really enjoying them. Initially, I'm not gonna lie, I thought, oh, there isn't that much of a difference, and because I have it in the palette with the Daniel Smith, because I have it in the palette with the Winsor & Newton, I thought, oh, okay, it's quite similar. It's, you know, I hadn't directly compared them, but I hadn't made an effort to try and notice a difference. Like, I haven't done a comparison or anything like that. But on reflection, there is a clear difference. And I think in terms of preference as well, I keep going automatically for Daniel Smiths without thinking about it, which is how I managed to run them down so much so quickly. And I think in part is like how they feel, and the rewettability, more so than the colors, at least at the moment. So when I'm doing the ink line work, again, it's quite loose, just going around the petals. I'm always quite stuck and indecisive as to whether I should leave it loose completely with no ink work or add ink. Sometimes I will like scan it without ink and then add line art on Procreate, so that I almost have like two versions. But I think usually I prefer it with ink. Hard to say. Rhodes, I'm gonna add it to my list. Because, yeah, I loved Greece. I just want to travel more, you know. The next question was, do you have another job? I've answered that. What do I do? I'm a doctor. When did I start painting? In 2020. And oh, where am I from? So I am Nigerian. Come from a Igbo tribe. But I live in the UK and have done for the majority of my life. So that is where I'm from. Where is everyone watching from? It's funny because when I look at my analytics, I can see that most people are actually not from the UK, which is funny how, thanks to YouTube, we're able to connect from all over the world. Miami. Wow, what time is it there? Oh, that's such a good question. Unknown artist. Does it affect my mood? Sometimes, yes. I must say, I don't have like the best insight into my mood. Like in general, as in I could be in a bad mood or be sad and then not know why, and then obviously most often because there's been like a sad case or something, but I won't know actively that, oh yeah, I'm sad because of XYZ until maybe a few hours later, I'm like, why am I in such a bad mood? But yeah, it's it depends. I do OBGYN, so women's health. So I must say it is quite nice because I also get a lot of happy medicine. I'm there to deliver a lot of babies and help in what would be quite bad situations when it comes to like labor ward emergencies. So when it all works out, I am over the moon and incredibly grateful. um, so yeah, I should actually make a better, a more conscientious effort to have more insight into that and getting a bit better. And then I'm also like, we do things like debriefs to talk through any questions that we have or anything we think we should have done differently and things like that. So I think that things like that are very important to help make sure that we don't carry too much home with us. 3:22 p.m., 9:20 a.m. Oh, morning. Lincolnshire. Hello, Spork family. Spork Factory. I was saying that there aren't many people from the UK. Welcome. 3:22 p.m. You're 2 hours ahead. I didn't realize. Oh my gosh, all those times I do those late live streams. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, exactly. I'm definitely on the happy happy medicine most of the time. Obviously with the pandemic we got moved. It was kind of like regardless of what you do, you deal with that. But apart from now that we're kind of heading towards things improving, it's a lot of like deliveries, and comforting people and letting women know that they can do what they think they can't do because I know that they can do it and they will do it, and then they do it and then they have their baby, and it is really happy medicine. And then I think for the most part on the gynae side as well, you get to make a difference. Like I like fixing, if there's a problem, you fix it almost. And I feel like there's the opportunity to do that with gynae because I'm looking after relatively fit women um, with issues that for the most part can be treated. It is a lot of fun. I mean, I love doing sections and even vaginal assisting in those kind of like normal deliveries. The midwives keep telling me that I need to stop doing them, but it's just nice, you go in and yeah, it's nice. Um, so yeah, but then it's also been nice to have something. Um, I think another thing that's helped is that it's nice having something that isn't medicine to also do, if that makes sense. Like it's helping me have a better balance by doing YouTube, by doing art. And if it wasn't for the fact that I'd started an art Instagram with the pandemic, I wouldn't be doing art now. Like I know that because I never thought I had time. And then once I did have time and I realized how much I enjoy it and how much I wanted to do it, I kind of made it a bit more of a priority to continue doing it. But if it hadn't been for that, then I would have been convinced, oh, I don't have time, and I just work, come home, work, come home, etc. No, no one has named no one has named their baby after me as of yet. And no, no, not yet. To be honest, I don't think anyone I don't think anyone would. They're just they're grateful. Most of the time people know their names that they want, or unless you're from like my tribe in Nigeria, it might be a bit too random for you to name your child after me. What do we think? Can you see it? Ah, good morning, Christine. Thank you for joining. just gonna chill and paint. Has anyone else got plans to paint today? Or is anyone else painting? And if so, what are you going to paint, or what are you painting? Thank you. Hi, Christine. You know, I'm normally, I was telling my friends, I thought I was conscientious and like very organized and things, but it depends. It very much depends. So if I'm referring to the paper so that I can look at the, oh, thank you. I love peonies too. I didn't even know they were a flower until 2022. I wasn't into flowers at all. Um, it's funny how things change. Any suggestions for color schemes? What colors we should do? Another question that I got. I wonder. Should I try and do the same thing with the Cotman, and we see if there's a clear difference? Same color scheme. Oh, I love both. I love both gouache and watercolor. I honestly don't know which one I love more. I've done more watercolor than gouache, and I feel like so can you see how it just takes a little bit more effort to get? And I didn't know that it could re-wet faster before I tried Daniel Smith. But the thing with gouache, and I think why I maybe do it less on the channel, is blues and purples. Shall I? I'll do this. I'll do the same or similar color scheme so that we can compare it, and then I'll do blues and purples. But the reason that I don't do gouache as much is just a question of time. I don't know how helpful or I think it depends. I just think I'm slower with gouache, and for a live stream, I don't know how entertaining it would be, or whether you'd want to see it. But also, I think my plan was to do gouache later if we have time, but watercolor, I have to think less with watercolor, if that makes sense. With these loose florals, not all types of watercolor or all things painted with watercolor, but when it comes to like loose florals, I can think less. So it was just a question of easing myself into it. And let me know if there's anything that you want me to explain as I'm doing this. But sometimes I think it's just helpful seeing it real time. But yeah, I don't know. I think I love the look of, yeah, I can't pick. It literally depends on the day and how I'm feeling. Then someone was really sweet. You know, there's an artist called Creating Cute Art here on here on YouTube. So she asked me, how do you do it all? And I think she was referring to like medicine, and then also try and run a YouTube channel. Um, and to be perfectly honest, I am not doing as much as I would like to do because I procrastinate like a lot. And that's something that I'm going to get better at this year. I think I just need a little bit of rose. That's something that I'm going to get better at this year. Just because, yeah, so that I can do more. Because I have, like, for example, I've said this so many times, I have such a backlog of videos that I have recorded, and I just need to edit and put out. And but sometimes I come home and I'm tired and I'm like, oh, I won't do it. One thing that I must say has helped is doing live streams. It's taken the pressure off editing. It means that we can hang out together and paint. And it's kind of given me some guaranteed painting time that I probably wouldn't have had otherwise. But in terms of how I plan on improving, I wrote this down. So I want to try and do 3 things, productivity things. So there's something called like top 3, which is basically where you write down the 3 things that you want to get done that day, the three priorities to just help you arrange yourself and better organize yourself. So I'll do that. And oh yeah, the other thing was count to 5. So there's, I think, someone called Mel Robbins who's like almost like a motivational speaker. And one of the things that she was talking about was when you kind of get in a rut and you're not doing something and you know you should be doing, count to 5 and then just do it. Apparently counting to 5 is meant to like break some sort of circuit loop and etc., like distract you from the procrastination. So I'll try and do that. And then the other thing was just to like actually try and plan out my time. So be like, I'm dedicating this time to this task. And then, oh, how long have I been a doctor? 6 years and counting. And then the next questions were like about med school. Basically, med school 6 years, being a doctor for 6 years, been at it for 12 years. And I think in terms of like when I'm done with my training, it will be 4 years unless I take a break to do something extra, which I probably will. Let me do a different flower. So it's not exactly the same. Hey Shadow God, thank you so much. Thank you. I had a really good birthday. Like a really, really good birthday. Yeah, I think in part I'm just so happy that I actually went to Italy because, you know, I just felt like, oh, I'll end up saying that I want to go, want to go, want to go, and then life will get in the way and I won't go. So I'm glad that that happened. And then I came back and then my family treated me to this lovely dinner. And then got some lovely gifts, got to spend some good family time. So I have no complaints. I had a really good birthday. So for me, as you can see, it's definitely like doable. All my art that you will see in a little while, because I thought we could do like a sketchbook tour at the end, was done with student grade paints. So can it be done? Yes, especially if you're doing like art like this. Doesn't have much layering, doesn't have like, I don't do lifting. So things like this are just nice and straightforward. But I do prefer the Daniel Smith. That being said, I have so many other paints that I am yet to try, professional and student grade. And this year, as I said, I'm going to use all my supplies. I won't finish them because I already know I have more than I could finish in a year. But I will at least use all of them and stop being as precious. Is anyone else painting today or this weekend? I think for me the clear difference is like also like just reactivating it. And I think in part that's why I leaned towards using the Daniel Smith more when I was on holiday, despite that not being my intention, because I was out and, you know, we just want to pick up a paintbrush and go. Do a little pink one. Oh, that's lovely. What's the watercolor book that you're using? I think it's so important to like invest and try and learn the basics. Something else that I want to work on this year. I like working on a lot of things at the same time. I wrote a schedule as well to answer so that I'd make sure that I was answering all the questions in due course. And I had some watercolor questions. Feel free to chime in with both questions and answers, but the watercolor questions, I believe, were here and were essentially what tips would I give for a beginner? And what I would say is invest in good quality but affordable supplies. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy expensive, but also sometimes you end up wasting money by buying really cheap stuff, which is what I did when I started off. So learn from my mistakes and do better. And some of the supplies, like quite a few, I'll show you guys later, but quite a few art brands will have like either studio sets or student grade sets. And I think they are brilliant to start off with because you get the colors that you need, they're affordable, and then you can use them for both at home and also painting out and about if that's what you want to do. So that would be one thing, quality supplies. Remember to have fun. Like, I think sometimes it's so overwhelming because you can look online and see there's just so much advice and so many do's and don'ts and blah blah blah, but ultimately it should be fun, right? If it's not fun, what's the point? That sounds like an interesting book. Enjoy your meal. So the other thing that I would say is learn the basics, like try to learn the basics. This is more of a like do as I say and not as I do. I just think it makes it like it makes it better and easy and can make it easier if, for example, you understand color theory and you know what colors to mix and you understand like perspective and whatever. And then if you choose to like know it but do it differently, then that's fine, as opposed to like not knowing it at all and not knowing what to do. So just invest some time in learning some of the basics, and it doesn't have to be through anything incredibly extravagant. It could be, there's lots of good YouTube videos, and if you look at my video on my favorite artists, on there quite a few of them create watercolor videos with good tips for beginners. So do that, and then also things like Skillshare as well is a really good resource. There's lots of good free resources, and as Shadow Guard has illustrated, there's also books which you can buy from Amazon or get from libraries, etc., etc. So that would be my advice for a beginner. As to what techniques exactly to start off with, when like I'd say, okay, learn, if you're doing watercolor, learn wet on wet technique, what that means. Learn wet on dry technique, what that means. Figure out what you want to paint, follow a few tutorials on YouTube, experiment, save pictures that inspire you. Yeah, exactly. I can't read, like, I don't like reading loads and loads and loads and loads. I think that's also why I prefer YouTube. I'm very much a visual learner, or like a do it and learn it kind of person. And yeah, someone asked, like, in terms of supplies, I don't think, like, again, I can't speak for everyone's budget, but I don't think you have to get professional grade, certainly not straight away. I think you can get things like, for example, Van Gogh from Royal Talons. They're really good studio set to start off with. Or Winsor and Newton, the Cotman set, which is what I'm using here. Again, really good to start off with. I think Sennelier also has a student grade. So look at those brands and avoid the brands that for some reason Amazon will quite often recommend that will have like 100 colors because you don't need that many when you're starting off. You just end up confusing yourself. The colors will be muddy because the paints aren't good quality, and then you'll think you're doing something wrong when in fact it's just the supplies that you're using. So that's what I would advise with regards to supplies. Now, with regards to like paper, a little bit controversial here, and it might be because I haven't used like loads and loads of cotton paper, but I think use what you have, right? And use what you have according to your budget. The only stipulation I would have is use watercolor paper. I don't think it necessarily has to be cotton when you're starting off. If you can't afford cotton, or if you don't want to use cotton because it's quite expensive, I think use what you have and get comfortable with that, because for me personally, the cost of cotton paper was quite a big deterrent in using it, and there's no point in having lots of supplies that you don't use because they're too expensive. So it's better to have supplies that are affordable and start there. Do you guys use cotton paper? Are you very much like pro cotton paper, or are you like anything goes? I've been told to use cotton paper so many times. With good reason. There is a difference in the quality. But I don't think it's a necessity. For me, I quite like the De La Rowney cold press watercolor paper. That's what I'm using now. That's what I tend to use most times. If not that, then the Cassart watercolor paper as well. It does behave completely differently to cotton paper, but it behaves nicely. Thank you so much, Erica. Yeah, caddy paper is different. I think caddy paper is even different to normal watercolor paper, as in like even though it's cotton, it does behave differently. I do have some here. I do have it as well. I'm not sure where I've put it. There'll be someone next to me. I'll find it later. But yeah, I do have it, and I found it. I liked it. I did like it, but again, it was different. It was, and I almost preferred. And again, I was doing loose florals, but for loose florals, I prefer cellulose paper compared to caddy. I haven't done any loose florals on. I've only done a few loose florals on 100%. No, I haven't done any florals on 100% cotton paper. I've done it on 50% paper, which was nice. Ah, Fabriano. I love them. I used the Fabriano 50% cotton paper. I think it's good for practice. Especially, and also if you're going to, say, for example, scan your work. And also, to be perfectly honest, if I bought an artist's work and because I like that and it happened to be on cellulose paper, I wouldn't be outraged. I'd be like, okay, they got all those great effects on cellulose paper, so it can be done. I don't know, it's cotton rag, so it's recycled t-shirts, caddy paper, I believe. It's recycled cotton, but it's handmade paper, so it behaves. It behaves differently. I'll probably get mine out later if I do like a sketchbook tour. I think I only did a few paintings in there, a few florals. I have a video. I have a video review on caddy paper actually. My first impressions. comparing it to De La Rowney. Try it. I have arches as well. Haven't used it yet. I am ashamed to say it's actually getting ridiculous. I've had them for months, but I will use them. When is the question? I can't wait to the point where I'm so like just liberal with the paper that I'm using arches all the time. And I think perhaps that time will come, because initially I wouldn't even use my my Moleskine watercolor. I started off with a £3 sketchbook. It wasn't even watercolor sketchbook. But I just didn't want cost to be an issue, which is so funny now compared to, you know, if you see how much I spend on art supplies. But at the time I was just like, my art isn't good enough to buy all these beautiful supplies. I'm just going to buy the cheapest thing I can find and use that and learn. Whereas now I'm using my Moleskines almost all the time. The reason I was using these sheets, to be honest, is because I haven't done loose florals in quite a bit, because I've been doing quite a few like gouache paintings and landscape paintings. So I didn't know how this would turn out, and I didn't know if I'd want like if it turned out horribly, if I'd want it in my sketchbook. Do you guys plan your like paintings and drawings before you do them? For example, if you're doing loose florals, or I almost wonder, like sometimes when I'm painting landscapes, I will plan it out, because quite often I'll have a reference that I follow either loosely or quite stringently. But for florals and other things, it's all completely impromptu before I start. What were the other questions? I have I have a YouTube book where I write things. So, what do I find most difficult to paint, and how am I overcoming it? Excellent question. The thing I find most difficult to paint is people. Like, and I really want to be able to paint them. And I mean like portraits. I probably would find painting like animals difficult as well, but I know that last year it was my aim to paint animals, and I am honestly not sure why, because yeah, I don't know why. I've significantly changed since then. I'd like to draw people, and I think that's what I need to improve on, or at least do. And I haven't overcome it yet, but I think the way to overcome it is to just practice, watch videos, practice some more, practice drawing from life, practice drawing pictures, and then eventually at some point it will happen. Yeah, no, watercolor paper does go bad. Don't do what I'm doing and hoard them. I don't know how long the sizing on the paper lasts, but that is why, another reason why I will use my arches quite soon. Maybe the next weekend I have off. Maybe today. Oh, good morning, Miss Ebony. Thank you for joining us. How are you? Two pieces. So this was done with, this one was done with Cotman, right? Yeah, Cotman. And this one was done with Daniel Smith. See? So use what you have. Thank you so much, Shadow God. Let me let me write Daniel Smith, Winsor and Newton, Cotman. Because I keep, when I did my last sketchbook tour, I noticed that there's quite a few things, you know, you forget why you did and what you did and whatever. So now I try to make, date it as well. I kept forgetting to date it. So I'll make a bit more of an effort to do that now, especially as they are so similar. And thank you to everyone who asked questions. I was really, it's really fun because quite a lot of the time I don't know what people want from me. What do you want from me? So it's good to know how I can be helpful. What was the other question? Oh yeah, how to incorporate watercolor in bujos. So I don't bujo. Oh, thank you so much for waking up. What time is it there, Miss Ebony? I haven't slept either. I finished night shifts on Friday morning, and I haven't been able to switch back to a normal routine yet. So I don't actually bujo because I'm just not that organized. I don't have that kind of time. But I thought about this and I was like, the ways that you could incorporate it could be one of two folds. Obviously do beautiful spreads, like for example floral spreads, and you just do florals around the calendar. But the other things that you could do is also do paintings on watercolor paper and stick them in. You could do motifs. These are all the things that I plan, because I initially planned to do bullet journals. I even bought the notebook to do it, but I just never had time to sit down and do it. And you know when it gets to the point where you can't do something without detracting from something else? And I don't want to detract from my art right now. So not much bujoing for me. Thank you so much for joining, Miss Ebony. Oh, thank you. Yeah, honestly, my Cotmans are, they are lovely. They're my go-tos quite often. Or they were my go-tos before I added Daniel Smith to the palette. But then also you'll soon notice I mix everything together. Like I use my Cotman and then I'll use my Daniel Smith and then blah blah, all in one piece. Trying to make a nice purple instead of the ugly purple that I'm making. Shall we do all peonies? This is darker than I intended, but it will still be nice. Ultramarine and magenta make a lovely. Yeah, I think I messed up by don't even know what blue I just put. I took both blues, so I used a warm and a cold blue and then mixed it, which I shouldn't have done, which I knew I shouldn't have done, and yet I did it anyway. Oh, we will fix it. Let's try and do that better. There's still some blue on there. So we have this. And which one is the warm blue? We'll try with this one first and see what happens. Hey Tony, welcome. Whoa, this is a phthalo blue. You can see, can you see how it completely overpowered that red? Take a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. One, I have two Cotman sets. One, are they both? One is the big, no, three Cotman sets. Four. Oh my gosh, I have so many. I have so many sets. I recently watched Alkali Creek Art. She made a video going through all her palettes, and I was just completely amazed at how much she had. And I thought, oh, I should do something like that. Keep track of how much I have. So if you want, I can do that. I'll bring out all my palettes. Although I haven't used most of them, so it feels like I can't really count them yet. And the next question was, what would I tell myself when I first picked up the paintbrush? You guys ask such good questions. So I tell myself, have fun. I tell myself, it's so weird because I obviously had no idea what a massive impact it would have on me thereafter. Like, I had no idea that I would then start a YouTube channel, start an Instagram, start all these wonderful things. I would probably have told myself to do the basics then, where I was learning in private, in a way, I guess. And I think, oddly enough, I then thought in terms of the question the other way around, like what would me back then tell me now? And it would be actually to like paint more. I'm painting so much less. Yeah, phthalo is so overpowering. It's a joke. But I would tell myself to paint more. I would probably tell myself to, like, I guess, take, like, you know, sometimes you forget of how far you've come. So like take stock, look back, you've come far, kind of thing. Don't know what else I would tell myself. I wrote this down because I wrote some of the answers down. Oh yeah, the other thing was that I would have told myself back then to know is that watercolor is versatile and art supplies are versatile. So the results will be different, and that's okay. Like, my art doesn't have to look like everybody else's art, and that is completely fine. And probably remind myself of that now as well. I wonder what color we should make the leaves. Anyone else wondering that? How risky does yellow feel? I kept saying it wrong as well. Thank God I watched someone's video and they were saying Thalo, and I was like, they're like Pathalo. Saying it completely wrong. Okay, let's. This will go either very well or not so great. But you either win or you learn, isn't it? So. I think it's going well. Don't want to speak too soon, but just using my Cotman. That shouldn't have touched, but that's okay. What do you guys has anyone else got any plans for the rest of the day? Not gonna lie, part of me quite concerned that the second I turn off this live stream, I'll probably end up falling asleep, so we'll see how long I stay on. I don't want to sleep. Sound like a baby. I don't want to sleep. Someone asked, like, do I do commissions? Yes, sometimes, depends on the commission. I mean, art is not my full-time job, and time is very limited, so I'm very like selective as to what I do and don't do, if that makes sense. Yeah, it does. This purple, I think I should have not used, but I do like the addition of the yellow. It's like a nice pop. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much, Christine. No, that's too murky. Then my favorite things to paint in watercolor. So favorite things to paint in watercolor are loose florals. Because I don't have to think about it and doing it. Well, I don't think about it much. Maybe if I should, I would get different results, but they're my favorite things to paint. But my favorite thing to paint with gouache is landscapes. And oddly enough, I feel like the things that I like to look at are not the things that I paint, if that makes sense. So the type of art, I love looking at like portraits, for example, but I don't paint portraits. That's fine, Miss Ebony. I completely understand. I watched a yeah. Every time I talk to you, I've done another haul, and that's basically what it's like. And I know I've been an RN, but I'm thinking I should just do a no buy for a period of time, even if it's a month, like, because I keep justifying it by saying like, oh, it's for YouTube, and you know it'll help everyone who's watching, and that is true to a certain extent. But wouldn't it also be helpful to see the art supplies that I have already? And then also, I think I'm just using it as a crutch because I'm just buying way too much. But that's okay because I'm gonna use it all. I watched Creating Cute Art Haul as well. Amazing. I love her channel. She's a really nice woman. Is it balanced? Nope. And should you paint or draw daily? What do you guys think? For me, it's a no. I did it for 100 days. And my art changed and I got to experiment loads just because, you know, I needed to get something done for that day. So I think it has its benefits, definitely. But I just don't think it's possible for everyone. And I don't know how it's done. And I get painting regularly, right? Like you have to do something regularly to keep it up. But I think sometimes it just puts extra pressure on us to think that it has to be done daily. So I'd say paint as often as you want to, as often, and know that the more you paint, and the more focused you paint, probably the easier it will be for you to get the results that you want. Is the shipping high from Jackson's as well? Because they're having a sale at the moment, which is why I did, instead of sleeping, I shopped online on Jackson's. That's what I did this in the early hours of this morning. Whoa, $25. That's a lot. I thought people said it was like that Jackson's was really good for delivering abroad. I've got a link to their sale down in the description. A lot of the links, forgot I had this. A lot of the links will be affiliate links, so you get 10% off if it's the first time that you've shopped with Jackson's. But even if it's not, it helps out the panel at no extra cost to you. So thank you so much for considering it if you buy at Jackson's. So these are the pieces. Do you have a favorite? I think the Daniel Smith one is favorite. This one, I think, followed by this one, followed by this one. And then let me see what the next questions were. Ooh. Oh, I think, if I remember correctly, as per my schedule, I wanted to try and keep some modicum of, yes, art supplies. So art supply questions. So I wanted to keep some modicum of order. The one with the big blue flower the most. Oh, good. You know, one thing that I've noticed, that's without tracking, one thing that I've noticed is that quite a lot of the time, the art that I love most, or the art that is my favorite that I have created, is not anyone else's favorite. And that's okay, because I've found that the art that I don't tend to like as much, people really seem to like. So it's kind of like a win-win situation, because I won't like what I like less if people don't like it, but I will like what I didn't like more if people do. It's a interesting thing. But in terms of art supplies, I'll show you the ones that I have and that I use. This is a little bit battered because I took out the this is my 45 pan cotton set, and I took out most used colors and put them in this little palette that I got from Amazon. And then, so that's my favorite. And then in terms of my favorite gouache, I just had it. Ah, it's here. My favorite gouache is this. This is the Winsor & Newton that I've put into a Stay Wet palette. Now for traveling, I wasn't sure if I was so petrified that they would take my paints and throw them, because I don't know if this is 100 mils. I don't know, you know, it's not written, and then sometimes I find airports can be a bit funny with paints. So I actually opened them up a little bit and let them get harder so that they could get through the machine. So normally they are wet, but they're not wet at the moment. So they just need to be spritz. To be reactivated. I'll give that a little moment. Some more than others. Some are still pretty much wet, but some are not. You'll notice I painted so much more I'm so surprised. You see what I mean? That the favorite is the one that I like the least. It's always the way. I painted so much more with gouache thanks to that palette. And I've done a review on it if you're interested in seeing it, pros and cons and everything. But it is definitely one of the better investments. Welcome back. We've just finished painting this. It is definitely one of the better investments that I have made this year. So, Creating Cute Art also asked me how many sketchbooks I have and why do I have so many, because I've kind of shared a few times that I do have quite a few. And I have, I believe, maybe six like active ones, maybe a few more. And I will show you. So it's not quite a sketchbook tour, but at least I'll explain. Everyone, how many sketchbooks do you have? Do you paint in sketchbooks or not at all? I always have them to hand because, like, I'm picky. This is so embarrassing. These are the active ones. I do have a caddy paper one that I haven't used for a little while. And I may have more. I tend to forget, but I'll go through. So they're all active. This one is yeah. This one is it's a moleskin sketchbook, not a watercolor sketchbook, just a normal sketchbook. And I initially started this, as you know, I leave the first few pages empty because I can't take that pressure of deciding what perfect thing is going to go on the first page. So I tend to leave them empty, not almost always, really and truly. And my initial plan for this sketchbook was to have it as like a messy, random, anything goes kind of sketchbook. So I wanted to do a piece for a friend. I just did sketches and thumbnails and was working out color schemes. And that's what this was for. But then I didn't use it for months after I did this. I think because I'm just not used to having like a messy sketchbook where you experiment. Try to experiment again. Not experiment, but did swatches. So this is the Himimiya gouache, and this is from the video that I did reviewing it, and this is just a painting that I did using them. And from there, this was on the 17th of July 2021, so you can see I've had them for a while. From there, I started doing landscapes on here with gouache. So this is essentially my gouache landscape book, I believe. Yeah, pretty much. But then which is what I'm going to keep using it for. But then one of the annoying things is that because it's a sketchbook, not a watercolor sketchbook, it doesn't have watercolor paper, some of the paper comes away sometimes. So it's but that is what I'm using it for at the moment, right? So that's sketchbook number 1. Then this sketchbook, I believe, is a Linden art sketchbook, and this one you will have seen from my sketchbook flip through is essentially just, why have I clipped that together? It's essentially florals. It's 300 GSM watercolor paper, and I just did lots and lots of florals. And the reason that I had this, that I don't like mixing subject matters that much. I think that's one thing that's clear. The other thing is that I prefer portrait orientation, but a lot of watercolor sketchbooks, for reasons unknown, come in landscape orientation. So landscape wise, I'm like, I don't mind painting landscapes like florals like that. So that's why I had that. But then also part of me was like, oh, I wanted my sketchbooks to be black, and that one was brown. This is another moleskin. I can't remember what's in here. Oh yeah. This is my moleskin from Italy. So this is like my most recently started Moleskine that I started on the 28th of February this year, and did paintings of Italy. So our live stream, this is the painting from, this one is the painting from our last live stream, and I was sure about it, so I painted it again like when the live stream ended, but made some changes and adjustments, added a bridge, tried to see if I could lighten certain areas and things. But all in all, I actually like both. I was like, I did it all again and it was for naught, because then when I looked back on this, I was like, oh, I actually do like this. Um, oh, urban sketching. I haven't done, a lot of my urban sketches are on loose sheets. Although this technically is urban sketching as well, because where is it? I don't know. I will do like a proper sketchbook tour, but this, as in like a separate video, that's a proper sketchbook tour. But this, for example, I was sitting in front of a gondola and this was like the scene in front of me. I just sat down and painted, and then the sketches at the moment, but this was a church that I saw in Italy. This was a castle that I saw, and I just stood in front of it and did quick sketches as I was waiting for the bus. This is from the live stream that we did together 2 live streams ago. This is also from that live stream. And then I saw a church and I painted it as well. And the reason that I went back and forth is because they were like different places. So I wanted to kind of have, again, some order, although it just end up not having any, which is fine. And then I could see Vesuvius. So I painted this. And this is quite different to my normal style. And it feels, I think it feels, and you can tell me if you disagree or if that's, I'm not using the right word, but it looks like really like expressive. Like it feels very like abstract and different to what I'm used to, and also very like I used a lot of cool colors, and I think really and truly it's because I was freezing cold. So I did this so quickly, and that was why. But you're right, where are my paintings of London? A lot of the London cafes were on loose sheets actually, and some of them, the places that I actually painted took them. So this is like my Venice sketchbook. It will be landscapes and it will be urban sketches as well. I completely agree, because I literally remember sitting with this one. So this I painted or drew while I was at the airport waiting for the flight, trying to stay awake. This was like, if I find a picture of it, I'll show you. Hold on. If you see my Instagram, you'll see that I like leaving notes. So be kind and have faith. And I like seeing them after, if that makes sense, when I'm back on them. This was also like a scene from Venice. I was having a giant pizza with chips, hashtag carbs, and could see the canal, and the sun was setting and the colors were just like spectacular, and there were just like shadows everywhere, and it was just magical. And you try to capture it on a camera, but it's not the same. I'm not saying this is definitely not like photorealistic or anything like that, but I definitely get better. I remember it better. Like I can see it clearly in my head when I look at this painting, even though it's the same, if that makes sense. I just love them. So yeah, I was just, and it's so funny because I went by myself, and my waiter he was like, okay, he wasn't mean, but he was just like, grumpy and stuff. He wasn't making much conversation. And I thought that he would probably tell me to like leave. So I was going to do like a sketch rather than sit there and actually paint and everything. And then when he saw like my book, he like completely turned around and was like really friendly and really like, oh, wow, this is, it really, urban sketching can really bring out a nice side of people. Hey, Julie, thank you so much for joining. I love carbs. You know what's even worse? I put the chips on the pizza. Unreal. But but it tastes so good. So that's what I did, and I'll show you. I feel like I'm doing spoilers, but so be it, right? you guys are here, it's my birthday, I can do what I like. This is again the same area, but I did a sketch, and then I was going to do a watercolor painting, but my watercolor seeped through the middle and kind of came all across here. So it basically meant that I wouldn't be able to use it. So instead, what I did was paint with gouache. And this wasn't initially what I was going for, but then when I saw it like evolve into this, I really liked it and I kept going with it. So that's why. And the color, I don't know why I picked these colors. They're completely different. I think it's because I'd done so much purple that I wanted to try something different. So I made it colder, basically. And yes, Venice. Oh yeah, and then here, does this count as urban sketching? I feel like it does, but obviously what I was looking at was not like my immediate surroundings. And this is like Rialto Bridge again in Venice, and you can see the watercolor unfortunately seeped through. But I just sat there. This was on my last day in Venice, and I just sat there, and again there was someone who saw me painting, came, and we were just chatting, this French guy. I just painted the bridge, which was really, really, really fun. And I guess as we're talking about urban sketching, I may as well answer some of the questions that I got about urban sketching, which were primarily like about painting in public. And I think it can be, initially I had quite a lot of, I felt apprehensive about painting in public, because I was like, oh, my art isn't that good yet, and people are gonna come and look and be disappointed, and you know, like, I just felt a sense of embarrassment around what people would think. But one, no one has ever been mean or anything like that. But even beyond that, like, it's about you having fun, creating memories. Your art is your art, and your art will not be for everybody, and that is okay. If it is for everybody, that's a bit weird, but you know, so that's okay. So some of the things that helped kind of overcome that was painting with, going out and painting with like having family or friends around while I'm painting, even if they're not painting, so I feel a bit less awkward about being on my own. That was the main thing, and then from there it was like finding maybe more conspicuous, is that the word I want to use, like more subtle locations to paint in, so like go in the corner, and then accept that people have a, like, they're curious. Even I, when I see artists painting, would want to go and see them. It's like an innocent, happy, positive curiosity, so kind of lean into that. But also another tip would be take pictures, because things change so quickly, people move, lighting changes, blah blah blah. Take pictures and take a video so it can refresh your mind sometimes. Can you tell that I missed Italy? This is another sketchbook. This is a Sakura normal sketchbook, not watercolor sketchbook. And the reason that I have, so this is my rougher sketchbook of the others, because it's not that legendary blank page, because it's not watercolor. So this is gouache. I've shown quite a lot of this in my sketchbook tour video, which I'll link down below for you. But essentially this, I used it for a lot of ink, and I love my ink drawings. Like, I love the way they look, but painting is so much more fun for me. which is a rock on a hard place. So I'll look a lot of my art, I'm like, oh, the ink is better, but the art is so much fun. Oh, thank you. I love yeah, I don't know how I got into that. I think the encouragement is for me, past me, future me, and for everyone who sees it. Do you know what I mean? That's why I did it. And then this was like it's fitting, approaching Easter. But Silly Rachel on Instagram did a challenge where you had to create an art piece focused on the word human, and to me all that came to mind was Christ becoming human for our sake. And then gouache paintings as well. So this is, yeah, this is my for one. It's falling apart at the seams. Whoops. And I'll leave. This is for creating cute art. These are my attempts at painting animals, and this one is the white rhino, and I painted it on the day it became extinct, which was the 22nd of June, 2021, which is terrible. But that's why I painted that, and then I can't remember why I painted a giraffe. I just felt like it, I guess. And then Rome. Gotta love that Italy. Oh, thank you. And Venice again. Gosh, it was really on the brain, huh? This is from like a while back. Then I did a peony guide, a free peony guide for everyone who signs up to the newsletter. And this was me trying to figure out how I can explain how I draw peonies. You know, it's one thing to do it, and it's another thing to actually break it down in a way that would make sense to others. Ah, hey, creating cute art, welcome. Did you see the animals? If not, I'll go back and I'll show you. Um, and then this is me testing out the pens. So this is my rough sketchbook. So I basically use it if I want to experiment, if I have something random to do, if I have some ink work to do, then I'll use this one. Or something that doesn't fit into the other ones. I was just explaining, I was like just explaining I have so many sketchbooks. I will probably end up doing it as a I will probably end up doing a like separate video going into it as well, but I just thought for the sake of answering I should do that. And then this one is another moleskin, a watercolor moleskin that's again in landscape orientation. And this is the book that I started that I was like, I can't use it. It's so precious. It's so expensive. It's 5 times more than my £3 sketchbook. So, or 6 times more than my £3 sketchbook. So I only used it for special occasions. And this was again, this was a park in Reigate in the UK, and I was sat up on a hill, and you can see like almost like the South Downs. You can just see for miles and miles and miles and miles. So I just sat there and painted Box Hill, and then did other paintings. So this at the time was reserved for like paintings that I thought were really, really special. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the fulfillment shows, and the finament shows his handiwork. I can't believe I can't read my own handwriting. Can you read that? I was trying to get better at lettering. And you can see I'm using really cheap watercolors in this in this sketchbook. I'm like, oh, the book is so precious, but I'm going to use absolute trash to paint it. And this is again like more plein air painting. So I don't think it was Box Hill, but it was one of the hills in Surrey, and I saw this dead tree and I painted that. I did more, and then gradually turned to florals. I love this painting. Then I stopped using it for a while because I prefer portrait to landscape, so I was just like, couldn't really be bothered to finish it. I think that's also another reason why this is not finished, because I want portrait. But then I felt inspired again and I started using it again to do, these are like gouache paintings. Then I went to the beach and I painted this while looking at it, but I didn't like it. Just got too dark there. It was wonky. It was blah, blah, blah. Then I tried to paint this. Didn't like this either. But we live and we learn. And I think after that, I was like, okay, I have 2 pieces that I don't like in this sketchbook that was previously perfect. I can now do whatever I want. So I loosened up a bit more. Thank you. Oh, we were born to create. We most definitely were. And then, so this was the I think I did it real time when I was talking about my goals for this year, which I realized actually one of my goals was to do 3 live streams this year, and I really thought it would take me all year to do 3. And it's like I've started and I can't stop. This, I think, is the 4th or the 5th live stream that we've done together. Then this is the challenge. You remember that we did this was the 1 hour, 10 minutes, 1 minute, and 5 minute painting of lemons. I don't know why I picked lemons, but I did. So basically, after I created what I thought was a shambolic piece of art, I was like, I can now do mini experiments in this instead of using the sketchbook paper that isn't watercolor paper. And then I did more landscapes. So I have more. So I need to finish, like, I basically need to finish them. I need to be systematic, pick one and go through. And I realized there's a sketchbook that I have that isn't here. I don't know where I've put it. I have another sketchbook that's just florals, but in portrait orientation. And my pending sketchbooks would basically be one for people, because can you imagine now getting one of these sketchbooks that has all landscapes and putting a face in it? There's something about it that would just not sit right with me. Which is why I'm not doing that. But yeah, that, in answer to your question, creating cute art is why I have so many sketchbooks and how I decipher. So it's primarily on orientation, what paper is in it, the cost of it, and how precious I am feeling about it. And I try to keep the subject matters the same for each sketchbook. Thought that would be a nice natural break. And seriously, I like about a third about what's in my channels. That is very, very true. And that's the thing, I've looked at quite a few people who have, or maybe it's here. Yeah, this is the other one. It's just loose florals. And this is again a moleskin watercolor sketchbook. And then I have another one that I'm going, well, I have another few. I have an A4 one that I've started for swatches. Part of me is actually, please don't judge me, I'm ashamed to show you this, but this is / was a moleskin sketchbook. Thank you so much, Christine. This is a moleskin sketchbook. I cut to pieces, tore out the pages, added rings to, so that I could create a swatch book. And this is where my swatches are, so that I can put it in and out. Hey Erica, thank you so much. So this is technically another one of my sketchbooks. And then I have an A5 one. And the reason I have an A5 one is because I want to be able to, I want to have a small one that I can carry with me to shops, so that I know what I'm doing when I'm buying, when I'm spending my money. I'll be like, oh, I have this color at home and I need this color, or I don't need this color, etc., etc. Yeah, no, I shredded it. I videoed part of it because I was going to show you guys, but then it honestly felt so barbaric to do that to a sketchbook. I wasn't even going to do it. I was telling my sister, like, oh, my dilemma, that I wanted to do it, but you know, how could I when it's such a sketchbook? And she was like, she doesn't feel the same way about sketchbooks that we do in art supplies. So she was just like, nah, just go for it, rip into it. And that is what I did. Shall we do some more painting and Q&A? Yeah, I haven't. That being said, I have another. Oh, the sketchbook tours how you found me, Miss Ebony. That's amazing. um, yeah, I do struggle to be loose. Uh, we should pick one. Should we do, what would you like to do? More florals or a landscape? If I do a landscape, should it be in here? This is then a problem. I will. What do you think we should do? I think my plan was to do landscape, so maybe we will do a landscape. So we can do it in this one. Oh yeah, landscape. uh, I think my plan was, I'm just going to change my water, forgive me, yeah? Back. Turns out 3 paintings is a lot. Oh, thank you. I can't quite often, to be fair, when I look at these, I get I need references for a lot of the landscapes, at least for the general gist. Hey Bethan. Let me. Okay, shall we tape the edges? Good morning, Bethan. Where are you in the world? It's 2:30 where I'm at. Honestly, I think I started going out more because of that. Started doing more because I wanted to paint and I wanted to draw. Before then, I wouldn't really make the effort to go to cafes or to go outdoors. Not that much. No, 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. But that, as I was saying, I finished my night shifts and I haven't been able to like reset, so I haven't actually slept. But the perk of doing this live stream is that I can't fall asleep during it, which means that hopefully afterwards I will be back to normal. Um, 7:40 a.m. Where are you? But maybe a point where, yeah. Yay for gouache. The next questions, I had a few questions about YouTube and how to get started on YouTube. So we can start that. Washington. I can't believe it's that early. I've never been to the Botanic Gardens, Julie, but it sounds like an amazing idea. Go and let us know how it is. And okay, so for this, I will use a different paintbrush so as to not completely destroy my brush. And I tend to have like a folder of art I find inspiring nearby. So that's what I will paint. I can show you the reference if you give me 2 seconds. Thanks to the connectivity of iPhone, of like Apple. I was gonna put my on screen just so. Normally, I'm not actually tech savvy. It's taken me a while to get accustomed to iPhones, and I'm still not that accustomed, to be perfectly honest. But we live and we learn. No way, I would love to join. I'm too far. But if you guys want to come to the UK, London, well, anywhere in the UK, I'd probably meet you, but London specifically. Well, no, actually, make a proper holiday of it. And please just let me know. And we could all have like a paint date that isn't virtual, but is real time. Can you... Oh, interesting. Can you see the screen? I tried to go split screen, but my computer doesn't like that. Ah, maybe we will. Well, we never know what the future holds, right? Although this looks like that. I didn't want to cover the other one, but I will, so that you can see it. Can you see what my inspiration is going to be? Thank you. I got it from Pexels. No, I can't do it. I was going to do the like a sketch in pen, which I know that in theory you can do, but I always feel like it might end up making my life a little bit harder. So, as per the rule of thirds, I'm just going to do a rough outline of where I want things to roughly be. This is... And I'm using gouache this time. I know sometimes because I do tend to do references quite a lot, so we'll see, as in like do the same reference quite a few times, because this is actually really stunning. But yeah, every so often if I see a picture that I think is beautiful, even if I know that I won't have time to paint it anytime soon, like I'm sure this I would have got maybe like months ago, then I will save it in a folder for when the time comes. As you may have gathered, I knew that I would probably do florals and landscapes, but I didn't know what exactly until about 5 minutes ago when I pulled this up. Oh, thank you so much, Bethan. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think an iPad and Procreate are cheap. Yeah, they're definitely cheaper than the amount I've spent on art supplies, but I love them so much. I can't help myself. It's not the art supplies, it's me and my complete and utter lack of self-control. So I do have quite a few art hauls coming up, including the fact that I just bought more stuff this morning. But after that, I think I will do a no buy for a period of time. A short period of time, I'm sure, but at least some period of time. And I'm telling you because I clearly need some form of accountability. We'll have to have you're essentially my support group as I go through this. And then there's so many pretty greens in this. So let's use a green for the sake of just splattered paint across my laptop. Life of an artist, eh? Oh my gosh, why do I keep doing that? Sorry. But yeah, no, I also got initially when I got this iPad, part of my thinking was like, yes, it would help me be more constructive, etc., but also I'll be able to do digital art. So I do have Procreate on there, and I've done it like a tiny bit, but it hasn't been like anything proper. It's pretty much just been me doing line art, and for example, the peony guide I created on there. But yeah, I see some amazing stuff. I do think I enjoy traditional art more than digital. Like, I think it is just different, even though it's more convenient and beneficial to do. Not beneficial, but more convenient to do it on digital. I don't think I could ever make the switch permanently. My bad. I must look so rogue. Like, what is she doing? This is another thing with why I haven't done many tutorials, right? Because I don't feel like I'm in a, I'm sure there's like a proper way to do things, and then the way that I do things. So as much as I can be like, this is how I do it, I don't know how helpful it would be for a beginner to set it out as a tutorial, basically, as a proper tutorial. But I want to do more. I think also this is why I prefer gouache landscapes, because this complete and utter lack of planning that I'm doing for this landscape, I can do because it's gouache, right? I can do because I can build up. I can add light on dark later. I can, it's flexible. But if I were to try and do this with watercolor, it's a mess. Like, it's a lot harder. My last live stream, I kind of knew what pictures I had, but I hadn't like pre-planned what I was going to like do properly. So I didn't know where I was going to do. Yeah, it just requires more planning, basically. I think, with watercolor when it comes to landscapes, because otherwise you just end up making everything muddy and wrong, or not how I want it, not necessarily wrong. So I'm just trying to figure out where the darkest darks are going to be and where the lightest lights are going to be. And Yes, I have the reference, but I'm not going to be 100% like going for it. Um, yeah, no, the gouache is definitely moist in the Stay Wet palette. I was saying that because I was going to, because I went to Italy, I wasn't sure if they would, if they would try and take my paints, because the palette doesn't come with a, like, you know, a proper label. And I didn't know if it would go over the limit or blah blah blah. So I actually left it open for a little bit, for a while. Actually, I left it open overnight so that the gouache would get a bit harder, so that I could take it with me with no issues, because it's technically solid, and I just kept it outside of my liquids bag. Um, Although that being said, when I went, there was still liquid, and I put it in my liquid bag, and it was all fine. Um, but then, to be on the safe side, because I traveled twice, I let it get hard the second time, which is why it's harder now than it should be. But it's definitely kept it moist for a long period of time. That being said, I've also been painting a lot more because I don't want to ruin this paint. So I've been like very mindful of like, oh, I have gouache, I haven't painted, I haven't opened it. So I open it, I spritz it every week or so. I'm being totally OTT. I don't know why, but don't even know if it's that necessary to be so over the top. Oh, really? Even with the, is that with the Windsor and Newton? So my yellow is dry, but I left it open. They dry quicker, but I do find also if you let it get um lower, so the colors that I use, the less paint there is, the quicker it's going to dry. That's what I'm trying to say in a convoluted way. So because I have less yellow, that dry quicker than the rest. I ran out of Prussian blue as well, so that was drying quite quickly. But then as soon as I topped it up, it improved. More greenery. Ah, but then was Newton. Yeah, there was 1 week that I didn't paint at all with them, so I just spritzed them and they were fine. I did also, like, again, go OTT with the primrose. Yeah, I love that. I honestly love this palette. I think it was such a good investment because before then I hardly used my Winsor and Newton, and not because I didn't want to, just because it wasn't. I guess there's something different about having your paint easily accessible. Like there's just one less barrier. At least that was the case for me. But in terms of the questions that I got, and please feel free to chime in. Yeah, I haven't filled in the 5 backups as of yet. They are there and ready to go. Um, you have a good memory creating cute art. I actually took an empty one of the spare ones because part of my backup plan was that I was just going to carry the tubes because they're obviously 14 mils, and it's documented on there. So when I was traveling, I was like, okay, I'll just do that. But then I changed my mind because it's a lot to lug around. Let's see where the darkest areas are. So some of the questions, and feel free to chime in, creating cute art or any other YouTubers who are also watching, was how to, like, advice for getting started on YouTube, right? And my advice would be to start with what you have. I am still using my phone. I haven't got a camera as of yet. Um, because I think I wanted to like one make sure that I was focusing on improving other things before I committed to getting a camera, and I didn't want to like I wanted to focus on my art. I wanted to focus on actually uploading consistently, and I thought that getting a camera would just give me an extra layer of complexity that I didn't need at that point, and it would just wanted to eliminate that excuse basically. So start with what you have. If it's a phone, great. If it's a camera, great. Um, remember or try to figure out who you're making videos for, why you're making it, and what you're going to make. If you haven't started yet, or even if you have started, it will just help you, give you some direction. This effect that's happening was not intentional. Would doing a similar floral in gouache take longer than your watercolors? Yeah. For me, I don't know what it is, but gouache takes me significantly longer than watercolors. I think it's because a lot of the time when I do my watercolors, I just do one layer. I could try after and see, but from experience, it always takes me a bit longer. If it wasn't for the fact that I was on camera, I would probably be able to, like, it normally takes me 10 to 15, 10 to 20 minutes to do a loose watercolor painting. It's one of the reasons that I enjoyed it so much. But I can try after if you want. I think I almost feel like I have too many details. Thank you so much. It's always so hard to know like how it's going to pan out when you decide, aka I decide, to throw caution to the wind and just start painting. And hey, Ton Sontig, welcome. Oh, what are you painting, Miss Ebony? This is the one thing that's quite annoying, because I let it get hard. Now that I'm adding water again, it's a lot more liquid than I would want. It's almost like I need to reactivate it properly, basically, which I haven't done. With your squares. Let me switch. So these are De La Rowney mixed media brushes, just because I don't want to ruin my brushes. I don't want to ruin my watercolor brushes with. I'm an aggressive painter, so especially when it comes to gouache. So that's why I use these ones. They can take a bit more of a battering than my watercolors. Oh, hey Bethan, what's your Wi-Fi doing? But yeah, I can't remember. Oh, I said use what you have, know who you're making it for, what you're making, and then I would also say there are like really great channels. I'd probably pick a couple. Like I wouldn't go ham and start listening to all of them, because there's thousands of videos of how to get started on YouTube, and if you pick too many, you'll just end up getting stifled. But like I like Think Media, they make great videos. Channel makers also make great videos. They're relatively new, and just wouldn't hit double digits, because if you're, by the time you've watched like 9 videos, you've already gone too far. You should just start. You will learn so much and have such a good time by starting. And I had such, like, I've had such a great year on YouTube. We hit our milestone. So we actually reached 1,000 subscribers before my birthday, which was amazing. And it's just so crazy to think, like, I've been doing YouTube for 15 months now, and the first 5 months I had 20 subscribers, of which I'm sure, including myself, like excluding myself, I'm sure that the rest were just, you know, family members and stuff. And now and now we're just so many. Thank you. And I don't know how like it happened, but randomly, like, you know, the channel started growing, and I'm so glad for it because of the community that we have on here. Like, it's so nice that on a Saturday I'm relaxing at home painting with you. So yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, I was so happy. I was like, oh, because I didn't think it would happen. Like, in general, like, you know, I thought, oh yeah, it would be nice um to reach it, but who knows, right? Who can control the algorithm and things like that? But yeah, we hit 1,000. So if, by the way, please double check if you haven't subscribed, then please remember to subscribe. As it does actually make a difference to the channel, especially I think smaller channels, which I didn't really appreciate before I started YouTube. I was just like, oh yeah, it's fine. I'll just come, and, you know, for the longest time I would just go and I'd be aware of when someone would post, but I wouldn't necessarily subscribe. And now I'm like, oh my gosh, subscribe to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Linda. Welcome. Aw, thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate it. It's just yeah, it's really great what we have here. Um and I am really grateful for it. So thank you. And especially, like, I don't know, there's something I love live streams in terms of, like, I really enjoy them when we're doing it. But beforehand, I'm always like, will anyone come? Will it even be entertaining? Will it, you know, you just start second guessing yourself, or I start second guessing myself rather. And just because I want it to be really good for you guys. But yeah. I don't have any art friends in real life. Well, I have one friend who's like artistic. Uh, yeah, but none that I do like art. Maybe 2 friends. None that I do art with. And to be perfectly, maybe 3 friends. Okay, I have a few friends that are artistic. They're all medics. Barely have time to do art. I've done art with one of them once, like an art date. So on a normal day to day, I don't get to do art with my friends. So it's so nice to be able to do it with you. To be able to, like, talk about paper GSM and you know what I'm talking about. Like, do you know what I mean? To be able to, like, talk, you know, with passion, with excitement, you know, to be able to talk about needing a no buy because I'm buying so many art supplies because I love them, and you completely understand what I'm talking about. um so yeah, it's funny how things change, because if it wasn't for YouTube, I wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have this. Mm. Very true, Shadow God. But we can come here and we can chill, we can paint, we can have conversations, we can share information. It's amazing. I love it. And now there's like 1,000 people tuned in, which is incredible. my goal last year was to hit 10. So when I was like 20, I was living my best life because I was like, oh yeah, it's great. We've hit 20 for like 5 months. And even though I knew it was like my family, but I was like, oh, it's great. Um, so to hit 1,000 is just unbelievable. And you guys are obviously the OGs, the real MVPs. I think, yeah, that's because at a point, like in real life, I was like, maybe I should find an art club. Like I was actually like, oh, as in before YouTube, I was like, I need to like, learn from others and hang out with others and have fun, like paint with people. That's what I wanted, but I couldn't find like any nearby. And then obviously, even if I found one, my rota changes every week, so it wouldn't have worked. So this is like perfect. um, I was telling my family and my mum, oh, that I want to do like a live stream. And like, say, for example, with this live stream, I haven't set like an end time. It's literally when we're tired or when I'm tired or when, everyone has things to do, then we will call it, we'll end it. But I was telling my mum, like, oh, I want to do like a 8 hour live stream or a 10 hour live stream or a 12 hour live stream, and people can just pop in and out as they wish, as they're enjoying their Saturday. And she's looking at me like I'm crazy, and it's like, because it's fun. I'm having such a great time. Oh. So it's like, yeah. Um, but you get it. Oh, hey Temple, welcome. Just as we're talking about MVPs, you see. No, because it's true. It makes a difference. To me, even like say for example, when I do teaching, with medical students or when I do medical presentations and stuff, I'm very much like an interactive person. I want to hear from you. I want to talk to you. I want to know about you. Um, and YouTube, I think initially, when I was doing it, it can be hard to actually get to know people because I remember for me, for example, I never used to comment on people's YouTube for the most part because it just almost felt like I don't know if like I didn't feel like that much of a connection. So when I started, I didn't want that. I wanted to actually know you, recognize you, talk to you, know what you paint in a non creepy way. Like I wanted us to be friends. And ladies and gentlemen, mission accomplished. Thank you so much, Linda. I need to figure out what I'm doing with all these leaves. I think I'm trying to like still like there's a lot in this in the actual picture. There's like a lot going on. But I think for my picture that wouldn't make sense. So I'm just going to do bigger shapes and try to like keep the general gist, the general values of dark on the outside, lighter towards the middle. That's what I need to remember. I know, I know. I honestly, I was like, oh, I will do 3 live streams in 2022. And I'm like, if I don't do a live stream, how are we going to sit and paint together like this in real time? How am I going to know like what you're doing? How am I going to know about Miss Temple's gouache? How am I going to know about Temple's cat? How am I going to know like all these things? No, you guys are not creepy at all. I honestly have the best subscribers and I enjoy all the interactions. I enjoy the DMs. You know, I enjoy it all. Hence why I'm here after a night shift, hanging out with you. Because I was like, oh, I have to celebrate my birthday. And celebrate I did. No, non creepy at all. I hope I don't come across as creepy, but I guess in that instance, you would, if you thought I was creepy, you wouldn't be here. I hope. Mm. Yeah, I think it's the thing that makes sense to you, which is great. Because I was like, yeah, mom, I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to do like, we're going to paint together. We're going to chat. We're going to do. I was like, I don't really have a plan. I don't really know what we're going to do. I'm going to try and have a bit of a structure. But what I know I want is to actually come and just paint. Not by myself, but actually paint with you and actually chat with you. And I do get nervous before the live streams. But then once we start chatting, it's amazing. Hence why I keep coming back. Initially, it was like, oh, I'll do it every so often. Then it was like, should I do it weekly? And I was like, oh, a live stream with no set end date. Oh, thank you, Shadow God. No problem. See you later, Temple. See you soon. And I don't know how many more questions I had. I think we know about YouTube. Oh, one's like the best things about YouTube and the worst things about YouTube. The best things we have addressed. It is us hanging out, painting, sharing tips, tricks, just having a good time. That is genuinely like the best thing ever. The downsides. What are the downsides? I think the only thing that I would say is potentially a downside, and it depends. I don't know. The only thing I guess could be that in theory, I paint less because I do more like YouTube stuff in terms of like editing and recording. And then another, again, I don't know if it's necessarily a negative, but it's not YouTube's fault. It's definitely me. But like, I am sure a big reason. Oh yeah, my white is like really hard. You're right, creating cute art. Like all the others have somewhat started to reactivate with the spits, but the whites need more. But yeah, I buy more because of YouTube. And then also I think the numbers, like it's YouTube, when I log into YouTube and when I look at YouTube and stuff, it will automatically tell me about, your your videos are doing. Oh, hey Sketchy-Mez. It automatically tell me like, oh, your video is doing XYZ in comparison to blah blah blah. You've had this many views and blah blah blah. Like, um if I have like a really good video, then the following week all the arrows will be pointing down to say that everything's going badly badly in comparison to that video. Uh yeah, exactly. That's literally how creating cute art, what creating cute art has said is literally how I feel. It's an overwhelming awareness of like the statistics, and whether it be for me it's like the subscriber numbers or the um which again, like I know I hit 1,000 and it's amazing, but it's so easy to have a short memory when you keep looking at the the statistics, and you literally every time you sign into YouTube you see like an arrow that's pointing down that says your videos are not doing very well, people are not choosing to subscribe, and nobody is watching. Not nobody, but not, you know, they'll be like, oh, not that many people are watching, and then I almost feel like I'm doing a disservice, like, okay, that was a bad video, and you know, yeah, basically you feel like a bad artist. uh yeah, exactly. They're meant to make you work harder, I suppose, and give you a better idea of what people want to see and what people don't want to see. Um, and there are pros and cons, right? You can't really, yeah. So that to me would be like the con, and also I think that I have more. You know, sometimes I'm like conscious of the fact that, oh, I should create something so that I have something to show, and it needs to be show worthy, it needs to be good, or if it's bad it needs to be so bad that I can highlight exactly why it's bad so that it's beneficial. Do you know what I mean? Like everything needs to have a bit more of a purpose. That is very true, Miss Ebony. That is very true. um and like the pros most definitely outweigh the cons, but there are cons. And then the other thing I am aware of, or I do kind of keep in the back of my mind, you know, it's fun. It's a lot of fun, but it's still work. So I'm like, oh, you know, I do like check in to make sure that I don't get burnt out. Um, and thankfully, like I haven't. Um, but that's another kind of potential thing. Yeah, yeah, no, that is true, and it's so funny because I don't know, you start to think like, oh well, you know, um, or I can start to think like, oh, this isn't that great, or I don't know. And then I think the other thing is, the video. I don't know. One of the struggles that I have, and feel free to help with this, is that I don't know. I want to be helpful. I want this to be a space that's good for all of us, myself included. Um, so I also want to be like, I want it to be beneficial. But sometimes I'm just stuck as to what exactly to do. And especially if I were to listen to the algorithm, then I would just do hauls all the time. And I do hauls because I like them, but also it is, um, you know, they do get pushed more, I guess. So sometimes it's quite a struggle to be like, oh, okay, well, what can I do that is what you want to see? And then when the views are a bit lower, I do sometimes feel like, oh, okay, well, I've done you a disservice because it wasn't a good video. Um, not all the time. Like there are some videos that I'm like, literally, I'll watch back and be laughing and be like, this is a great video. I don't care what YouTube says. um, but yeah. So those are the downside. But yeah, that's pretty much been it. 15 months on YouTube, just hit 1,000 subscribers, hoping to grow more. I was going to ask you, do you think it's worth, I don't know. Part of me is like, oh, is it worth having like a target and aiming to get XYZ number of subscribers, or is it just putting unnecessary pressure, or because yeah, don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. Does this look like a waterfall to you? One of the good things about having the screen at the top is that because it's so far away, I see less details. Does that make sense? When I look up at the screen, so I see the bigger picture. 300 channels. That's incredible, Shadow Guard. Hmm. Yeah, no, I've also given up. There was literally a time um with the lemon video, for example. I can't remember how with the lemon video I kept overthinking the order that I should post them. So I did two lemon videos. One was a timed out challenge and the other one was the other one was like the real time video of another version. And I just kept overthinking because my thought process was I don't want to see those red arrows. So I was like, I need to figure out which video will be most popular. So that's the video that I post after so that at least I can see some green arrows. No, that's amazing. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. That's amazing. Not only like for one, honestly, I never used to think about it. Like I didn't know what a difference it would make. And now I've like gone back and like subscribed to I don't know how many channels, but I see it, I like a video, I subscribe because it doesn't really take anything away from me. And if I do like the channel and I like the content, then if anything, I'm gaining. And I don't have to continuously try and remind myself to go back and check on them because the algorithm will post it and, I can see it more easily. Yes, exactly, Laura. I think that is the key thing. Having achievable goals that I can control. One of my goals that I still haven't got quite the hold of, but getting better at was to post consistently, i.e., set a date and say, this is the day that I'm going to do this. I don't know. I think I will try in terms of like with the pre-edited videos. With the lives, it's not possible. For example, I'm like, maybe we should do this every week. Or people start avoiding me because they'll be like, oh, I can't come onto her live because she does it every week. But but with the lives, for example, because it would require me to be here, next week I am on nights on the weekend, so I can't do it before or after because I'll need to sleep. Skip a week, do a week, but we'll see. But yeah, posting more consistently, I think, and then also, I think you're right. Creating cute art, it's impossible to know what will get picked up, what won't be picked up. With the lemon video, I was like, yeah, this timed video is going to be the really popular one, so then I need to post blah blah blah. I completely overthought it. It made no difference, no difference whatsoever. 600. That is incredible. Uh-oh, what did I do? Sorry, one of my lights just died. So I think I like the water. Part of me, part of me wants to add more detail to the water. Can I unblock them then? Anyway, part of me likes the water the way that it is. The other of me wants to add more detail. But I think I will go with the part of me that just likes the water and take the win, rather than risk. I can see a message to say that they'll come back in 5 minutes, so hopefully it should Self-resolve. Wow, 20. I've been on YouTube for years, but I'm tech savvy and I was using it wrong. I think I answered most of the questions. I've answered the ones about YouTube. Thank you. Do you guys paint messy like I do, go from one colour to the other? I know it's wrong, and yet here I am. It's more watery than I would like. Risking it all. Risking reactivating all the colours underneath. Oh, you painted along with me. That's so cool. Thank you. You can see the blue in the trees. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you can. I love Prussian blue for that reason. I've used it so much in my shadows and everything. Creating cute art. Send me the picture. I want to see. But you see, I love painting landscapes. I just think they take me longer and they take me more brain power. It takes more brain power. So it's like, oh, how can I multitask and answer questions as well as paint and talk sense? Try my best, but make no promises. That is true. My animals are, I don't know, not forte. Let's say they're just different, right? Oh, I do that too. That's what my ruffian sketchbook is for. That's so. In fact, the animals are watercolor in a sketchbook, like in a non-watercolor sketchbook. I have the Indanthrone blue in watercolor, and I use it because it's the only that blue and ultramarine blue are the only blues that I have there. But normally, it's not necessarily my go-to. I have nothing against it. But Prussian blue is bay. Payne's grey is bay. I'm slowly discovering all these wonderful, wonderful colours. Hey, Alice Real. Oh, thank you so much. And thank you, Creating Cute Art. You're too kind. Honestly, I don't think they're bad paintings. I just don't think they are like great. Like, you know, I wouldn't hire myself to do pet portraits or anything unless literally that look is what you're going for. I feel like the proportions are all off as well. Don't know why. Yeah, Payne's grey bluish. That's the one. You know what's funny? That the bit of this painting that I like the most is the water, which took the least amount of effort. Always the way, innit? Just trying to make it even deeper. Don't normally add black, but I really want like the middle to be the focus. Ash blue. I need to make a note of all these colours. Exactly, is bay. Oh, I put what's it called? One of my siblings was being silly and asked me if I'm single, because I always make this joke to say that if I wasn't, I wouldn't tell them. I am single, but basically, as a result, I put up a picture of myself, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do a big reveal about who Bay is. I am Bay, and Bay is me." Like, um, but yeah. I've seen like this really nice Perylin green, deep, something like that, like something along those lines. That's really, really dark green, almost like the Prussian blue in green. And that is a color that I want in my life. Ah! What am I doing? I want to blend it out properly. Maybe my brush is too small. Yeah, Perylin green. Yeah, it is actually Bay. I think it was. I think it was Roman Schmaltz, and they're doing a sale like on the water. Yeah, as you know, on Jackson's, they're doing a sale at the moment. Um, it was like it was either Perylin green or Perylin green deep. Like it's one of how they do their own special colors. This is too watery. This brush is doing me so dirty right now. I feel like anyone who's like gonna come in midway is gonna be like, why is she talking like this? All these colloquialisms. But we know what we mean. That's what counts. It's literally, I think. I take it back about it being the bit that takes the least effort. No, I don't know when it's gonna end. The Jackson's watercolor sale. I don't know. I don't feel like they've said. Oh, bye. Thank you so much for watching. Yeah, I did say my aim for today was, I guess, pop in and out and enjoy meeting your friend, because I just want to stay here all day with you. Basically, no, 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 no way. If I start singing, will it strike thing? I'll be really quick. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. Yeah, I'm staying. I'm staying. And you, yes, you're gonna love me. From Dreamgirls. Hopefully that was not recognizable. I trust it wasn't. There's no way I sound like Jennifer Hudson. Whoa. Taking some big risks here. You guys are so sweet. uh, I honestly wish, to be perfectly honest. So, I don't think I have a. What is going on? I don't think I have a bad voice. Yeah, but when I was growing up, I thought I did. I didn't realize that I can hold a note. So I only realized, like, my siblings only told me maybe like a year ago, and I was like, wait, all this time, I could have, I could have been the next Beyonce, and none of you told me. Obviously, like, I'm exaggerating. But see what I mean? Before then, I was like, oh, um, I thought I couldn't hold a note. I thought I have a good ear. I just didn't think I had a good voice. So thank you. Okay, at some point, oh my goodness. Is what I'm doing to the water hurting you like it's hurting me? Essentially, yeah, they literally told me like I've moved out and whatever, and we were doing like, I don't know if it was like one of these karaoke mics things that my sister has. I don't know, something like that. And then they said, "Oh, but you know you can sing," and I was like, "What?" For the first time, I mean, in like 28 years, I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, blah blah blah." It's like, oh my gosh, all this time, no one told me. Um, I think maybe it didn't go as far as like you can sing. It was something like out of all of us, you have the better voice, something like that. But it was a compliment to the effect of the fact that I wasn't tone deaf. Oh, thank you so much for learning the unknown artist. I think so. Um, two brushes at the same time. Mm-mm. No. Do you think that would help in this scenario? I think the problem. I think I should quit while I'm ahead, and yet at the same time, I feel like I can't. Oh, feel free to send me a voice note singing happy birthday. I am still receiving gifts. Still, yeah, my brothers, can you believe? Boys are so different. Um, two of my brothers haven't got me a birthday gift yet. And they're younger, um, obviously, but I'm not letting them off the hook. I even called one yesterday because obviously Jackson's was doing the the watercolor sale. So I was just like, oh, I called him to be like, do you know what you're planning on getting me? Because if you don't, can you tell me what your budget is so that I can buy myself some paints? But he said that he's got me a gift, so I had to buy it myself. Thank you so much. So farafoli. Do I ever use? Oh, will I? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I will. I will post it on YouTube. All things being well, because yeah, I will. I will. I think it's the least I can do. You guys have waited all this time. I can post the I can post the pictures of the final results on my Instagram story as well, if that will help. At Sketches and Scrubs. What is going on, guys? I should have stopped, but I didn't. And now here we are. I think the problem is I don't have the blue in the way that I want it. But I will fix it, I promise you. Hey Katarina, thank you. The real side of going live. It's just... Okay, what's the plan of action? Is 1, I have too much water on my brush. There we go. 2, I don't like the shape that the brush is making. Can you see that? Cannot let this dry like this. And you know the killer thing about gouache is that you can't recreate the colours the same. So I need some more teal, I need some white. Bye, thank you so much for joining. Have a wonderful Saturday. Honestly, thank you. And show me what you painted in the end. When you have time, obviously. No rush. If you're happy to. In hindsight, I bet you, I'm gonna look back on this video and wonder what I was trying to fix that led to this. That led to this happening. There were some more questions actually, I remember now. That was what to do when feeling uninspired. Feel free to make suggestions. It was things around inspiration. So I think some people asked like what to do and inspiration, what to do when you don't have inspiration, how to find inspiration, dealing with burnout. And I think in terms of like, for me, or where do I find inspiration? For me in general, a lot of my inspiration comes from my surroundings or from my imagination. And now take a point of actually paying attention to, say, like the flowers that I walk by and the street that I walk on. You'll see that on my story, for example, on Instagram, I posted this pole that I've obviously walked past for the past 2 years, never seen, and all of a sudden I like saw it when I was coming home, and it had like, it's rusting but it's green, and I just thought like, wow, it's got the most beautiful colors on it. So I've just like tried to take care, pay more attention to my surroundings, go for walks, save. I have like this folder of inspirations saved, and things like that really help. With regards to what to do for burnout if feeling uninspired, I don't think from an art perspective I've been burnt out. I guess I'm relatively new, and then also I don't do it I don't do it a massive amount because I have work. But having experienced, I guess, something similar to burnout in the past, the things that would help is taking a break, like a discernible break. It's not the same as like telling yourself, if you plan on doing something, like say you're like, oh, I'm going to do X many paintings, and you don't do anything because you're feeling burnt out, that doesn't count as a break. It can't be a thing of I've done nothing, thus this is a break, thus I need to work tomorrow. It has to be like a guilt-free break where you know that you're not going to do anything related to work. Yeah, no, I agree. I do agree. And I think when it comes to burnout, it's a thing of remembering that you can't pour from an empty cup. So it's just a thing of like taking care of yourself and dealing with why you might have burnout. Doing things that are not necessarily directly related to art, but still creative, still fun. Yeah, definitely, Ms. Ebony. Like all of a sudden, and on it, like, and the thing is, obviously, it's rusty, so it's not even like I could say it was a beautiful new pole and it had just been put there, and that's why I hadn't noticed it before. It's been there for 2 years. I've walked past it, and only 2 days ago did I walk past it and see like the most beautiful greens inside, and um, yeah, absolutely stunning. But to me, that's what I would advise with regards to burnout. Take a break, do something creative that's not related to that. Don't beat yourself up about it. Know that it's temporary. Take care of yourself to make sure that it doesn't get worse. Um, and also, as you try and ease yourself back into it, maybe make it slightly different. Take a different angle on it. Use a different medium. Try different subject matter. Do it with friends. Do a class. Do something like this where you're literally hanging out with people who are as passionate about what you do as you were, and take the pressure off. And I think with time it will come back. Um, but yeah. This is bluer than I wanted it. I wanted it more towards teal than blue, but I'll take it. What do you think? No, don't want that brush. Um, Someone asked about using two brushes at the same time. What do you mean? Like painting with two hands? Or literally one hand, two brushes? Uh, and out of curiosity, does anyone have any video suggestions? Ooh. Just putting like spots of light in places to add more interest, and making sure, does this make, part of me wants to change the water again. What is wrong with me? I just want to make it darker. I think that's what I wanted to do before. I want the water to be darker. Maybe add some shadows in green to make it greener. Do you mean add some shadows up here? Prussian blue. Mess up some green. Add some brown. Dirty green it is. Oh, to define some of the waves. I see what you mean. That's the thing. Initially, I wanted it to be like calm with no waves, and then all of a sudden, I started adding waves. I could do that. One hand, two brushes. I don't do it all the time. Sometimes I'm painting and I need to change paints, so I pick up another brush. Oh right, I see what you mean. Yes. So normally I use one paintbrush. There's something about being live that seems to change the way that I paint and do things. Well, actually, would I have used more than one? But yeah, normally I use one paintbrush. I think out of laziness. But I'm using 3 actually, but not because of the size. We'll change the water again. We'll just have to remember what this looked like before, and if it's worse after, then so be it, right? But I'm using 3 brushes because of the shapes. I think it's hard. Do you mean something similar with relation to burnout, or just like struggling artistically? I think everyone was struggling with good reason. But I think for me, if I need a break, I need a break. I can't. Otherwise I'll just end up doing nothing continuously. Like I won't get anything done. In fact, it's a bad habit of mine where if, say, I feel overwhelmed because I have a lot of things to do, then I won't do anything. I won't rest, but also won't work. Yeah. Hey, Shadow God. This water's going to be very expressive. How did things improve, Katarina? Because I do think also time has a role to play. Turned it from a calm lake to a moving body of water. Oh, thank you. Hey, sir. And you. Thank you and welcome. Yeah, it's different. And also, I see what you mean about making it tiny bit greener. Gotta love how gouache just completely changes as it dries. Is it gonna be lighter? Is it gonna be darker? We'll have to wait. Yeah, no, I'm I'm glad. I do think that, yeah, challenges also help. Although I find that after I do a challenge, I need like a long time off. So, for example, I did the gouache faces challenge. Was it last year? 2 years ago now. Oh my gosh, time flies. And it was 30, like I did the 100-day challenge and I think I bounced back after that quite quickly. But when I did the gouache challenge, because I find faces so much harder and it was just more work, I think I took a month off after, as in like didn't really paint or post on Instagram for a good while. And then when I did um they all seem to be, so that was for Black History Month as well, which is in October in the UK. So I did that, and then last year what I did for Black History Month was painting African landscapes for a month. And again, after that I didn't post for a month. So I guess it's balance. And as much as I was like, oh yeah, I want to post, like, I'm only human. There's only so much I can do. Do you know what's funny? How many times did you see me look at this reference? It's almost like I just put it here for decoration. Just occurred to me it might help me with the water. But I think we have one. Like I don't want to keep going. And yet my hand just keeps going back. Hmm. Yeah. There's something about challenges. It's like they're good, but also they take a lot. They take a lot out of you. Like at least they take a lot out of me. Um, and even like after after I did the paintscape, which I enjoyed like at the time, but I think it's just the pressure of knowing that you have to paint something every day and post something every day. Um, meant that after I just had a break, and then in December when I started posting again in December, I didn't post a massive amount. Um, and I think especially because now, like, I'm doing more YouTube. It's a question of like trying to balance everything. But I'm in it for the long haul, so I'm trying to be intentional and careful and mindful. So I think we're winning. Would you agree? It's definitely different to what I had in mind. Yeah. I think, oh, actually, look, I'm out here thinking about, I think the reason that I bounced back quicker after the paintscape one, the African landscapes, is because it was I did 15 prompts. It was 15 prompts in 30 days. So at least it wasn't every day, it was every other day, but still. Balance, my friends. Balance. Okay. I think I'm done. Yeah. No, this is the thing. Am I a challenge person? Art challenges, friend of a good question. I think that unfortunately I seem to be the type of person that needs some level of pressure to get anything done. So, yay. Oh, thank you. I was like, surprise. There's another landscape. My iPad is saying. Yes, I do feel that I need the pressure of something. So not all the time. I won't do it all the time, but I do, I need a level of accountability. Thank you so much. This is the thing. I love painting gouache landscapes. They don't come as easily to me. You see, this is one of my favorites. And again, I think it's the water. Like I like the water. Can you? If you can't, it's not like the clearest water, but still, there's just something about the whole thing that I like. And then we've seen the lamp. Thank you. So I do challenges every so often because I think otherwise I won't get much done. But the challenges that I've done, I've pretty much like created myself. So I came up with the African landscapes, and I did. Look at that tape reveal. So I came up with that challenge, and then it also came with pictures. So it was almost like a do this in your style, because I don't, sometimes there's the stress of trying to figure out what exactly, like what do the prompt words mean? What am I going to create? Blah, blah. So I just removed all that and figured out 15 prompts before the challenge. Let me put my hand there. Ta-da! Yeah, I do follow Sarah Burns. I love her channel. She's one of my favorite YouTube artists. It was one of my videos actually, and I mentioned her, and she was so nice. Like, she even commented on the video, and I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, okay, I like it. It's growing on me. I'm not always sure after if I like it or not. Today is the 19th, 1903/22, and it was Winsor & Newton gouache. Started making notes for myself, so that when I do a sketchbook tour, I will actually know what I'm doing and what I used, because it gets tricky after a while to remember. But these are Winsor & Newton gouache, but I let them dry because I was going on holiday, which is why I'm having to add so much water. I think I'm gonna have to like reactivate them properly. I'm trying to think. Oh, what was this thing? So the next question was if we can do. How long does it take me to do watercolor gouache? You know what just occurred to me? That I just like shut it as if it's not wet paint. Look at me. um, but yeah, no, she commented, and I was just like, ah, so many, even like Tio Yuchi, with all his thousands of followers, like replied to my comment. Um, no, they're not lumpy. It is my fault. I basically was traveling, and I didn't want to have them take away my paints because they. This is not the one I want. I didn't want them to take away my paints because you know, I wasn't sure that it was under the 100, so I left it open so that they could get harder, and I haven't reactivated it since. That's not the one I want. So I basically need to like add water and then use a toothpick and mix it, and then they'll be fine. If I want them to stay wet, or I could use them like this, but I prefer them when they're liquid, when they're like proper liquid. How many do I have? Should we do some floral in here? Gouache floral. I think once maybe it wasn't in this one. There's a book. There's a sketchbook where I painted like a gouache background, and my aim was always to go back. I wish. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you so much, Malika. Can you imagine me being a celebrity? Like, yeah, no. Literally, even like urban, like everyone, I think all but two artists, like, spoke to me. Two? Yeah. Well, no, actually, one spoke to me after the video because they, and then one was just, I couldn't get through to her, so I'm not doing this for ASMR because I'm looking for I'm looking for the page that I'm talking about. But maybe I'll just do it in here, right? Like, let me do it in this one. Random sketchbook. But they were just so nice. I was like, the idea of someone, like, I'm in awe that even you guys comment, much less anyone else. Should we do a stick border? I feel like, how did this paper act with? I don't think I'd stuck any masking tape because I think it tears. Oh well, we could try. See, I love these two. I did them years ago. Again, no date, but maybe it was in this one. There's like a page that I'd painted gouache on that I wanted to know if I could find it. Oh, here it is. Can I be bothered though? No. For another time. What I should do really is maybe cheat and do a background with acrylic gouache. What do you think? So that it doesn't lift. Oops, sorry. The limitation of live streams is batteries. Everything has started to die on me. To be fair, it's been 3 hours, so fair dues. Are we getting... Oh, thank you so much for joining, Shadow Guard. Are we getting any echo? Let me know if there's an echo and I will fix that. Hopefully. No echo. Okay, cool. It's just for me then. Fine. I can deal with that. Bye, Shadow God. Thank you so much for joining. Have a wonderful weekend. These are the Turner acrylic gouache. Took ages to get them, but I finally decided to get them. And the reason that I brought them out is I don't want to do the whole thing with them. Or maybe I should. Why not? What colour flower do you think we should do? Thinking. It's just for me because I have two cameras. I'm getting echoes. I like the crisp border. I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit and put. Why did I put the masking tape? Maybe for the next one. So hopefully when it's, not hopefully, when it is dry, it won't lift. So I'll be able to paint flowers over it. And then maybe for the next one we won't do any background. And try and recreate it. Because I don't know, to be fair, I haven't really tried to create the same florals that I do with watercolour. Oh, welcome back, Sketchy. Nice. What does do the 5 mean? I wonder if it's going to end up streaky. How's it going with the gouache, Miss Ebony? Have a great weekend, Julie. Thank you so much for joining. Ah. At least you did some art with it. I'm going to change my water again because, you know, with watercolor, you could maybe get away with not so great water. But when it's like gouache, you're literally just leaving paint. Back with some nice clean water and tissue. And I kind of just want to add another layer because I think can you believe that I'm not actually clumsy? No. It is. Just wanted to do another layer because it got a bit dirty from the water. Okay, so I'll let that dry there. And then as I do that, any suggestions on colour? I like this song. Da, 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 dun, dun. I want to do purples again. I don't know what it is with me and purples. Oh. Let me be lazy and start off with that purple straight out of the tube. Dun, 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 dun. I guess it does work. It doesn't have to take me longer. It's so nice, right? Straight out of the tube. Trying to see if I can get it a bit bigger. Gotta love me some peonies. Yeah, is that where I saw? It might be where I saw them, you know. And then quite a few people recommended Turner. They said either Turner or acrylic wash, and acrylic wash sold out for months, which then almost made me want to want it more. But then after waiting, I was like, okay. I watched a few more reviews to see like pros and cons of both of them and how they behave differently. And I think my understanding is Turner stays wet for longer, like has more working time. And I think that is what I would benefit from. So in the end, it was what I wanted anyway. Ah, so maybe it's all the same. Let's add some more of the blue. Where should we do a different flower? See, it's been so long since I've done florals. I'm always like, oh, what does a flower look like? Do another rose. Two to one color ratio. I do almost feel like, oh, there's a pressure on time when you're using these. Just not necessarily just Turners, just the fact that I'm using like acrylic wash. I'm like, oh, I need to move fast. It's gonna dry, and then the color's gonna change, and then. What are we thinking for leaves? Yellow again to warm it up. Hashtag complementary colors. I want to use more of this purple before it dries and is gone forever. Burnt sienna leaf. Oh, do I even have the color burnt sienna? I can try. And I feel like I want to do another peony. But I don't have space for what I want to do. Maybe I'll do it on the other side, like I wanted to do an open peony almost. Yeah, is that like the armies one, the miniature stay wet with a sponge, this kind of paper and a sponge? Yes. Yeah, I think I should do that. I haven't really used these paints much. Um, I've been using the Winsor & Newton like designer gouache or the watercolor. So I'm not sure like how much time I have. And I guess under studio lights, you see that yellow is pretty much not coming back, is it? I was going to be perfectly honest, I was going to try and like make it because I was like, in theory, if I put this and a sponge, wouldn't it work in a container? The brownie is trash. Thanks for the heads up. Um, just added a little bit of red to the burnt sienna to see. Shall we see how this goes? Every time we do live streams, you guys make um, suggestions that I don't think of or wouldn't think of that just work. Like, how do you do that? Yeah. Also, random question: has anyone tried adding acrylic gouache to these kind of stay wet palettes that have the Winsor & Newton in? Part of me considered it, the other part of me was petrified. Thank you. I can't take credit for all of it. You guys literally picked it. In fact, I can take no credit for it. Yeah, I guess the downside is if it doesn't work, I ruin both the palette and lose the paint. I think if we all thought about it and been like, nah, then it's probably too risky. Desperate times. Mm. Yeah, I agree. They're too adorable. And I struggled for too long to find them. I was hoping that I'd say it and you guys would be like, yeah, I tried it, it's fine. Hmm. They're not that opaque in quite a few parts of it. Mm. I think, to be fair, even if it did work for a period of time, I would never be able to get that palette completely clean again, would I? I can't do, well, I guess I could, but I won't do like ink work over these. So I'm just trying to see if I can add diversity through paint strokes instead. What do we think? Hey, Moni. Welcome. Thank you so much. This to me feels more, it's different. Probably take me like 2 days to be like, I love it. It's everything I wanted in life. And this side is not dry. And, Hmm. May have to put this way. Put that there. This there. Gently balance that on here. Welcome, Moni. How are you? No, no, no. It's not my birthday today. I'm just still celebrating. Still going. On my actual birthday, I went out to dinner with my family. I think I'll put a picture of me like being silly. Thank you. Thank you, Moni. Yeah, I don't think it looks like traditional gouache, but I don't think it looks bad. Oh, someone, thank you, Inkworks. Thank you so much. We're just hanging out, painting. We did a Q&A. What else did we did? We've done three floral paintings, one landscape paint. No, 4 floral paintings, 1 landscape painting. I think we've done quite a bit. Part of me was going to be like, oh yeah, it's a paint-a-thon. I'm going to paint 30 paintings. And the thing is, I think I could do it. I just don't think it would be good. I can honestly say I've never used burnt sienna on florals before. But I like it. That's exactly what we do. Gonna celebrate throughout March. And so I called my brothers and I was like, oh, because they haven't got, 2 of them haven't got me a gift yet. So I called the older one, as in younger than me, but older than the youngest, just to inquire on whether he'd got me a gift yet because of the Jackson sale. Just wanted to know if I could tell him to get me stuff, if I was going to have to get it myself. The answer is I had to get it myself. We need another one. And another one, in the words of DJ Khaled. I'm not gonna lie, the reason that we're using this colour scheme is because I don't want to waste this paint. I wonder how our acrylic artists do it, man. Oh, You know, without my glasses, I can see the colours, but I didn't realise it was a wedding dress. You're subconsciously the inspiration for this piece. Trying to think of the other questions. I did write them down, but it's hard to read the comments, read the piece of paper, and paint at the same time. There were questions on like tutorials, Skillshare tutorials, and Patreon. Yeah, that was a question. I would love to. I would genuinely love to do a Skillshare class. Just trying to figure out what it would be on, as in, would it be florals? Would it be landscapes? Would it be, I don't know. And then, you know, you get told, or I know that in theory, there's always someone who can learn from you, right? Like everyone has a different perspective, a different style, a different blah, blah, blah. But then you also feel like, oh, I don't know enough to teach yet on Skillshare. I don't know. And then as for Patreon, again, I would love it. Just feel like another place for us to hang out, and I guess I wouldn't say no to the extra income, because sometimes I do wonder, is it sustainable to do YouTube as often as I'm doing and do medicine full time? Oh, who's saying bye? Oh, thank you, Ellisrael. Thank you for joining. Bye. And thank you for the help with the colours. So I don't know. Sometimes I do think about going part-time with medicine, because it's a lot sometimes, you know. I wouldn't quit. It would be fun to do more of this. So maybe Patreon would be a way someday. For example, I haven't slept, right? So how often can I do this? I really like that colour if it actually stays that colour. Funny, the colour I was referring to is called pink. No, it definitely is. I want to say I'm slowly getting my editing time down, but it's coming down. It's not 20 hours. But I don't know, we'll see. I'll have to figure it out. But yeah, I think the answer is yes. Is there anything that you guys would want in a Patreon in particular? You're so sweet, Manny. Editing is actually a beast. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I enjoy it when I'm doing it, but my gosh. Like, I just, obviously, I have, when I was in Venice, I wanted to take a break from everything, right? But I was just like, I have so much to show you. So I actually did video some of my time there with the intention of like doing a vlog and posting it. Have I finished editing it? No. I don't know how people do it. But then also I knew, like, so for example, you'll note that the thumbnail for the video tomorrow has been up for ages, and that's because I edited it last week, because I knew, like, when I'm doing night shifts, I can't do anything else, like, especially because I live quite far from work. I've had 4 hours sleep after each night's shift. I pre-prepare my food because I know I won't cook. Like, do you know what I mean? So I was just like, if I don't make this before Sunday, there is no video going out this week. But part of me was still hopeful that I would edit, like, I don't know, a video in between, or edit ahead so that next week's video is ready. Have I done it? No. And then I was like, oh, in theory, then I can use today to edit. But I wanted to live stream with you instead. So I'll have to figure out what I'm doing about next week later. But that's a problem for when this live stream ends. I've thought about getting an editor, but it's just an added expense. And I do enjoy the editing, and I want to be able to edit, if that makes sense. Like, the idea of being self-sufficient and not having to rely on an editor. Like, even if I do get an editor in the future, I'd like to be able to know that I could do it if I wanted to. I have like over 20 videos that I have recorded and haven't posted. It's such a shame. And then after a while, it just feels like it's too late. You know, there are some that I'm thinking that when I have time and I actually manage to edit it, I will upload. But there are some that I'm just like, oh, it's too late. I have more ideas. So that footage will remain there. I haven't deleted it. I just store it on the hard drive, but unposted and unedited, it shall stay. You do that, Moni? Your videos are so lovely. Even like your swatch video, I was just there watching. Enjoying every bit of it. Even, I mean, your whole video was massive. I love that too. Yeah. You're so sweet. I know, and I think ultimately that is what it is. You know, people to support will want to support because they want to support you, as opposed to, well, obviously there will be some people that want it for the perks, and that's completely fine. But then I also feel like I need to have something to offer, even if it isn't like the expectation. I need to. It can't just. I don't know. I feel like it could just be that I'll be able to make more YouTube videos because you know everyone can see the YouTube video. I want to do like a proper thank you, I guess. I'm hungry. Gosh, really do as I say and not as I do. Haven't eaten, haven't slept. I've forgotten. As in all my prep for the live stream. My food's actually in the microwave. From my pre-night stash. Oh, thank you, Inkworks. It all started because I didn't want to waste the Turner paints that you can't reactivate. I don't know Lowish, but that sounds amazing. Who is Lowish and how do they have £20,000 a month? Probably. I'm also the type who doesn't know any artist names apart from not artists, like actors and things. I'll check her out after. Lowish. This is this finished. And this was, I've forgotten who asked about whether I could do gouache paintings the same way I do my watercolor paintings. And I guess the answer is yes. But I think, which one do you prefer? How do I keep misplacing my things? I have a very small working space, as you can tell by the fact I reach everything without getting up. I'm just checking to see where I put it before. This is what we've painted so far. I'll have to find the watercolors in a second. I don't know where I put them. Oh, here. I had no idea you hated yellow. Sorry. So, out of the, we'll do the thing first. Which would you guys prefer? Well, I guess this one resembles this one more. The gouache one or the watercolor one? Yeah, I prefer the watercolor too. My phone would stop acting up. I prefer the watercolor one too. And then what about with this one? I think I love the colors in this one, but I still prefer watercolor. That being said, I kind of feel like I see potential with this one. I would love to give them away. I don't, maybe I will, because you never know, right? Like, it seemed like a crazy idea starting a YouTube. Can I be honest and say that most of my friends don't know that I have a YouTube? None of my colleagues know. I've been very private about this. It's like a safe space. um but yeah, I would, I don't know, think about it. The only trouble with these things would be shipping, right? You don't want to end up creating a Patreon where you, like, when I was first making my cards on Etsy, I feel like I was making a loss. Like, by the time that I added how much it cost to like print the cards and send the cards and everything, I feel like at the beginning I was maybe making a loss. And I can't do that with Patreon. And most of my subscribers are not in the UK. I don't know. A lot of things to think about. But if it was if people wanted digital copies, then that would be completely fine. But yeah, I see potential in this. Like, I see, especially like, say, this flower, this rose up here, and this one. They give me hope that there is more to be done with gouache when it comes to florals. This one I don't like too much, but this I do. As in this, I think I wasn't that comfortable with the paint and the colors that I put together. So for example, these light bits don't really make sense together. This area here. But here, I think it's working. Now, I'll write the date again, and then should probably check if I have any questions that I've forgotten. 19/3/22, and it is Turner gouache. I'm gonna say LS for live stream, and then same with this one. 19/3/22, Turner gouache. No, you'd be surprised. Honestly, when I started Etsy, like, especially because like a lot of it went into my packaging, I think, because I would use, I did hand sealed wax stamps, as in I would sell the cards but do wax stamps on them, and I did all these things and I loved it, like honestly I did. But you know, when you at a point you work it out and you're like, am I actually making a, at best I was breaking even at the beginning. At best. Cool. I thought, because the popular thing that was asked for was the sketchbook tour, and I know that we went through some things before, but I have more, so I'll show you that. Put these away. Put this up here. Okay, so this is currently my storage system for my loose watercolors, my loose watercolor sheets. Excuse my short skirt. And let me show you. It's mainly florals. I'll give you that disclaimer. So these were done, this was done with the Artistro brush pens, and it's on canvas board. And you can see some of them are metallic. But I just basically wanted to see if I could paint on it, and the answer is yes, I could, and it was actually really enjoyable. I was pleasantly surprised because I didn't see myself as a marker person, but I actually like them. Then these three, these florals, were all done with acrylic. Just wanted to do a mini series, I guess. I think you guys are slightly behind. Which bouquet are you talking about? Then some of these I will just show you. I don't remember when I made this. I don't remember why I made this. Oh, good. Thank you. Oh, this is actually like my mum made it for me. She doesn't like painting at all. Oh, actually, maybe that's a bit strong, but she doesn't like painting or anything like that. And she made me like paintings for my birthday because obviously she knows that I love painting. And some more. Most of these will be Cotman watercolors. Some Kuretake. This. Oh, this almost. I don't know what paper I used. This paper feels so smooth. I thought it was like a print, but it's not. It's, I either painted on card without knowing, or this is like the smoothest hot press paper I've ever felt. I wish I could tell you which way is the right way up. I think it's this way. That's what I was going for, a triptych. These, sorry. This is from my Kotaki Ganzi, Tambai Ganze set. And I was just doing swatches, and I did them twice because I think first for myself and second time for the video. And then some more watercolor bouquets. All gonna be upside down now. This isn't quite loose, but it's not realistic. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, okay. You see, I have mixed feelings about this. Some things I like I really like her hair, but this looks nothing like the reference photo at all. I like the light on her forehead, although perhaps it's a bit too much. But I don't like her nose. If I cover her nose, is it okay? I think if I covered her, if I didn't go so ham on the nose, it would have been okay. But you know, when you do something and you don't like it, you try to fix it, but by trying to fix it, you just add more emphasis to it. These are just things that I used to have on like my vision board. Then again, same thing. It's not realistic, but it's not completely loose. I like it. I just don't know what it is. And I really like these backgrounds. Like, I was having a really good time doing these backgrounds. Then Elan Cafe. This was an urban sketch from a cafe in London. Whoops. May have to crop that little bit out. My little credit card there, hiding it from myself. Yeah, some more florals. I think, yeah, still Cotman. Look at these. So because I was making cards, I quite often would use the same color scheme. I didn't end up making this a card, but I love it. I don't know why. I just love it so much. And this. Then an urban sketch of a local sweet shop. Experimenting with some more florals. Trying to figure out if this could be a card, but the flowers are too big. Experimenting with some more florals, but I thought it was too simplistic. Oh, thank you so much for joining. That's a good advice, Santig. So I thought this was too simplistic, so then I kind of used the same color scheme and did it again this time with a bit more foliage, and I liked it a lot more. Was trying to step outside my comfort zone, painted a teddy bear. I wrote good luck because I was thinking about making this into a card, but I didn't. And a building. This isn't an sketch. This was from a photo that I saw. I liked the lights and the shadows in the photo, so the house doesn't look the same, but it was just trying to figure out where would the lights be, where would the shadows be. Then another urban sketch of Chelsea Creperie. They make crepes in London, and they were actually really good. When I did a giveaway, they supported the giveaway by they supported me with the giveaway, if that makes sense. So they gave away a free meal and drink for 2 who won my giveaway at the time. And some more florals. And then house, so another cafe nearby, and it's so pretty. It actually has giant big flowers, really giant fake flowers inside, so it's a really nice atmosphere. Then some more florals. This is the original of one of my cards. So I actually did end up turning this piece into a card. Again, I don't know if it's not real, it's not realistic, but it's not loose. I don't know what it is, but I like it. This is another original of one of my cards, my birthday cards. This was to go with the one that I thought was too simplistic. Some more experimenting, and this is all on hot press paper. This, not what came before it. Experimenting with some more card designs. This is one of my cards. It's like plain on the outside in terms of it doesn't say happy birthday or anything, but it comes in a happy birthday set. This is one of my cards. This is not one of my cards, but I was thinking about it, you know, same color scheme. I have cold press paper for watercolor, hot press paper for gouache. But I prefer cold press, yeah. Not like proper rough, and I don't like it when the texture of the paper is like almost uniform, like, you know, like a grid. I don't like that. I like it when it's no more rough. There is, I haven't actually posted this, exclusive. There's a dessert place called Chin Chin, and they make this, and I think it's a tiramisu sundae. So I painted it, but I haven't actually shown anyone. Then I went to Urbane and painted there, and this was one of the paintings there. I think I did two when I was there. This is one of my cards, as in like it's not the actual card, I just printed this at home to see, but it's the thank you card that I gave with orders. Then this is a painting of Drunch, which is a cafe / restaurant in central London. These are not their colours at all. I painted this like late one night, and I looked at a picture when I was painting it, and I think the picture was really old, so the color schemes were wrong. And also I think for some reason I saw it as a lot greener than it actually was, so this ends up being completely stylized, looked nothing like the actual place apart from the logo, but I still like it. Then this is Feya Cafe. Oh, I had such a good time. It's actually one of my videos. If I can't remember what exactly it's called, I'll link it down below in the description, but it's about urban sketching. And essentially I went there, and the outside of Feya, to be perfectly honest, doesn't look very impressive. It's just like white, and at a point I was actually not going to go inside, but then I went inside and it's so stunning inside. I couldn't decide where to paint, so for this painting what I did was just paint the 3 sections that I liked. So this isn't actually representative of what you would see if you looked inside the shop, it's more what you would see if you were in the shop. Then a more accurate painting of Drunch. I turned these 2 into cards again, and this one is on hot press paper, which I didn't realize, and this one's on cold press. I just find cold press paper gives me more texture. Then these were also 4 cards. And these 2 were my thank you cards. No, for my birthday cards. Some more experimenting on hot press paper. Again, experimenting. I didn't turn this into a card. And then, oh, didn't know, but I have some of my cards. These are, yeah, so those are some of my cards. They come in like packs of 3 or 4. And then this, for example, is also is the original of my card that goes in the red set. I think almost done. Hold on. More loose florals. Oh yeah, this was Elan Cafe again, but I did this from a picture, and again it was a really old picture. So I did it again when I went there. This was me experimenting with what was I experimenting with? Oh yeah, this was like I looked at a picture and then did like a stylized wash of the house without doing any line work, and then I did the line work, and then I added felt tip. So I was just playing around with trying to do urban sketching differently. This is from a restaurant, but I can't remember which one. I'll find out which one, so that it was just a picture of their coffee. And then this is from Drunch as well, their food. This is one of my favorite paintings, and I don't know why. I know it's not that popular. I know it looks somewhat simplistic, but there's just something about it that I just love. I think it's just the way the colors work together. It's just one of my favorite paintings. And I tried to turn it. It's just like initially when I opened my Etsy, I was making it myself, and I got the worst printer in the world. And this is some of the things that it was printing. And on the camera, it looks a lot better than it does in real life, but just trust me, it didn't print it well, so I still have it there. And then some more. This I love as well, and this I turned into a print. It's no longer available, but it was really nice to do. Thank you so much, Inkworks. Enjoy your coffee. It was different because I was just using brush pen for the line work, so it's a lot more prominent. This one I turned into a print, and again at this point I had a lot of hot press paper. I don't know why, but I did. This is was for my Mother's Day cards and my prints. You can tell I painted a lot. This one I turned into a print as well. And it's so odd because when I painted it initially, I didn't really like it. I'm not a fan of orange that much. But it ended up being one of the popular prints. And it's now grown on me. Like I now really like it. But you'll notice most of the time I don't use orange. This was working up to one of my prints. This I did things. This was for the comparison that I did versus the Caddy Paper Sketchbook, just to see how they behaved differently. This was with the Kuretake Gansai, and then also used their metallic colors. Again, Kuretake Gansai. More Kuretake paints, and I can tell because they're less punchy than the Cotman, at least how I use them. I think these are some of my earlier works. I'll stop. This was different. Oh, I think my mom did this. Yeah, this is not me. My mom did that. I did this. Did my mom? Yeah, my mom did that. I did this. But I didn't like this. This was one of my prints, and again, really popular. And initially, I didn't like it, but it was one of the most bought ones. So, so funny that it's hard to predict what people will like. Apparently, my taste is not the popular taste. Again, just experimenting with not so much so urban sketching, but just being looser with painting buildings. This one I like. Again, just being looser, painting with watercolor first, adding details later. And it really does depend on a normal day, which I do first. Yeah, it really does depend. And then these are gouache, Winsor & Newton designer gouache, Himimiya gouache. And you can tell, as much as I really enjoy Himimiya gouache, can you just see the difference in saturation? Like, they're just not the same. So I use it, yes, but I can tell. Winsor & Newton, still gouache. This was, I just saw like a page in a book, I think it's called like 5-minute watercolors or something similar. And they were showing, no, actually, it's not 5-minute watercolors. It's a different watercolor book that I'll link down below that basically shows different artists' work and different things about their art. And there was a piece that was about using unconventional colors, which was this kind of mixture. So I decided to do that. Some more Kuretake Gansai. So delicate, no? One day you'll come back. And all these are Kuretake. More Kuretake. Barely there, Kuretake. 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 And that is it. I think that we've tried. I think I've had an amazing day, and I'm really, 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 really grateful that you have joined me for it. I hope that you've enjoyed it. But I think that I should probably eat. And that you guys, and I should stop holding you ransom. Thank you so much. I need to figure out a better way of putting them away than this. I like the box because it reminds me of Tiffany's. But it's just a cheap box I got from a card shop. Thank you so much for watching. I think I should let you go. Do any of you have any questions before we go? I really appreciate you coming to celebrate with me. You've honestly made my day. All of you have. Oh, thank you so much, Christine. It's been a pleasure having you. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. And I must say, I think... Thank you, Moni. I think we painted more than I thought we would. Because in theory, I know it's been 4 hours, but in 4 hours, we've done 5 floral paintings and 1 landscape painting. And normally the landscapes take me well over an hour for some reason. What am I going to eat? Oh, good question. Let me show you. Well, I don't know actually. Well, this is what, prior to the live stream starting, my plan was to eat this, but then I had so much to sort out that I didn't. But it's essentially rice noodles. Don't know if it will look good on camera. I hope so. So it's rice noodles with turkey, spinach, and broccoli. And I know that doesn't sound good, but it tastes so good. So well seasoned, if I do say so myself. Thank you so much for. I don't know where to put this now. Let me put it on the side. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, how can I forget to say yeah? Good point, Miss Ebony. There's a haul tomorrow. That will be fun, and I have one, two, three, four more hauls, and then I think I'll do a no buy. Oh, that's so sweet. I have cards for sale on my Etsy. The link in is it in the description? Yes, the link is in the description. If you go and like in touch that section. Are my paintings for sale? I wouldn't mind selling them. Depends on which one. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, would I? I'm trying to think I wouldn't mind letting go of them and then I'm like so attached to them. But no, yeah, if you're interested, you can just DM me and tell me which ones you want. Thank you. I'm just hoping I don't fall asleep. Because if I fall asleep now, it will be all for naught, no? Because I'll end up waking up at like 11 and then stay up all night again. And that will make it very hard for Monday. But fingers crossed, maybe I'll take a bit of a nap. Thank you so much for watching. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I had such a good birthday celebration. Um, Jackson's is having a sale, and I have an affiliate link down below in the description. So feel free to browse and peruse if you want to get anything. If you don't, then obviously stay clear because the temptation is strong. And join the mailing list if you haven't done so already. And have an amazing weekend. Thank you so much, and I will chat to you tomorrow on our haul video. Thank you so much, Miss Ebony. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Moni. And thank you to everyone else who's still watching, but too shy to say so. Thank you.